said are alleged. Allegedly, honey. Ooh wee. So I had to write a few things down today because it seemed like London Bridge was falling down all over the damn internet. And I I just finished my last, reading of the day. So thank y'all for keeping me busy because I have been busy from pretty much sun up to sundown. I love y'all. So let me tell you what's on the tarot docket, y'all. Because usually I just go off the cuff. But whew, have mercy. We gonna get into Armand versus Cardi. Cause honey, the spaces were spacing. Okay? Would you say I love your shirt? Thank you. The spaces were spacing. I tried to listen to both of their spaces. Y'all, Cardi spaces got to be a bit much for me. I was worried because, no matter what, like, baby girl, you pregnant. All of that popping off and screaming and yelling and doing the most, you gonna stress that baby clean out. That baby gonna come out smoking cigarettes. And, I hope and I wish the best for her baby, the health and safety of that baby. But if they really care about her, somebody need to get that phone because she's due any day now. And that's a lot of stress and negativity that that baby is soaking up right now. We're going to look into Rihanna and LVMH, what's going on with that. We're going to do an update on Cardi's tour and the ticket sales. We're going to tap into the energy behind the Gucci Mane and Keisha Kaur interview with the Breakfast Club. And we're going to tap into, this is going to be a quick one, so I'll do this one first. Mona Scott and why Nicki briefly mentioned her. I don't expect to do too much with that one. Ain't much that Mona Scott can do with Nicki. I mean, it just is what it is. But I expect the Armand versus Cardi to be explosive. So y'all know I don't usually write stuff down, but I had to today because everybody was out in the middle of the damn internet streets swinging. You said do a deep dive on Charlemagne. I'd rather do one on the full Breakfast Club because here's the thing. We give Charlemagne too much credit. People got to remember that's not Charlemagne's show. Is he a pivotal personality on the show? Absolutely. It's DJ Envy's show. That's the part that everybody forgets. It's DJ Envy's show. Charlemagne is just one of the employees of the Breakfast Club. Zoe, don't you tell me about that damn divorce plate no more. Oh man, baby, I've already pulled energy on TMZ. TMZ, I tell y'all what, the way this week is going, depending on my workload, because like I said, I've been booked back to back to back all day, every day. If I have the extra time, I'll do an extra allegedly show possibly this weekend. So if you see the notification go up, then you're going to get an extra allegedly show this weekend because I can't keep up. I promise you I can't keep up. It's just too much. Nobody knows how to act right now. It's too much. So I'm going to do the quick one first, which is Mona Scott Young. I figured that'd probably take 3.5 minutes because what the hell is Mona Scott going to do with the association with Nicki? Not much. If anything, the only thing, and this is my opinion, we're not tapping in yet. The only thing I could see with Mona Scott is that maybe at one point in time, Love and Hip Hop may have been a training ground for potential candidates to go up against Nicki. And if that's so, we've got, Cardi, Safari worked with Dream Doll, and he brought her a long way. So, if that's the thing, then maybe that's what it was. Like, she was someone that was picked to help possibly get the girls together to, be auditioned for the Hip Hop Girl Avengers. But let's see, let me pick a deck, y'all. And before I get started, hold on. Make sure got my charger ready just in case. Let me pick a deck. Alrighty. Hey everybody. Okay. Show me the energy with Mona Scott Young. And if there's any affiliation to her energy and Nicki's. Okay, so 10 of Pentacles, 7 of Wands. Okay, so 10 of Pentacles is, in a large amount of money, or a large amount of money that could be made through, as you can see, this man is standing at a platform. Person either being defensive or being able to defend themselves. I don't see that as a problem, giving Safari a platform where he can defend himself. I feel like both parties, if one can speak, the other should be able to speak, as long as nobody's, defaming anybody. As long as you're not defaming anybody. Two of Swords, 10 of Cups. So, now this is interesting. Hey, Bryce. Thank you, sweetie. Heavenly Father, get us back to him tenfold. Said, to be fair, Queen, you've been calling all of this LOL. I remember when you said no gas, no brakes, and things have been happening before you could even clock it. Listen, I'm telling you, I told y'all all the way through October, pretty much pumpkin spice season to pumpkin spice season. Like this is crazy. So it's like this is someone cut off an opportunity for someone that could have helped them with their family, and it happened swiftly. I don't think this has anything to do with Nicki, though. Because like I said, Mona Scott can't control the weather on the level that Nicki's on. Nine of Swords. Okay, Nine of Swords and the Hierophant. But I will tell you, somebody over there is shaking in their boots because of all this legal discussion. And it's happening really fast. So it's like nobody knows what to expect. Nobody knows what Nicki knows. Nobody knows what to expect. Everybody has anxiety about how these things are going to play out, what could actually go to court, what could happen with law enforcement. So why would anybody over at Love and Hip Hop, whether it's Mona Scott or not, be kind of nervous about what could come out in court? Okay, what they say, add a question sticker. Oh, okay. We ain't gonna do that right now. Cardi said if Nicki sues her, she gonna spill tea. Um, that doesn't sound too smart, but if she does, it'll give Nicki another reason to sue her if the tea is not accurate. So, hmm. So, okay. So there's a lot of things going on between them that nobody knows about. You got the moon to the Queen of Wands. Nicki is like a vault of secrets, y'all. It's no telling what she got on people. And I think this is why everybody's so nervous, because nobody knows, at all what Nicki has, what she can come to the table with. Somebody is over here nervous because I'm telling you, they don't know what to expect. And I want y'all to think about this. Right now, you've got several Love and Hip Hop girls in questionable positions, two in particular, because we just, shout out to all of y'all that were in Twitch on Friday, because y'all, my phone flew off the stand. It was a lot going on. But it's alleged that Dream Doll got information from Arrogant Tay. Like I said, it's alleged. And she took what could have been gossip between her and Arrogant Tay back to Cardi, allegedly. That's two girls right there from Love and Hip Hop, right there. So it's kind of interesting. Why are the Love and Hip Hop girls, even if they've retired from Love and Hip Hop? Oh, shoot. Hey, I didn't even know we could do that. That's cute. Yeah, why are the Love and Hip Hop girls, even if they've retired, all banding together secretly, allegedly, to give information or to spill tea or to, possibly build defamatory narratives against Nicki? Like, how is that a thing? How is that happening? Why is that happening? And how long has this been happening? Now you go back to Remy, okay? And you got Remy Ma, who crowned Cardi as the princess of rap. She walks Cardi out during Summer Jam, and they had this hip hop funeral. Once again, that's another Love and Hip Hop girl to another Love and Hip Hop girl. So, why are so many of Mona Scott Young's alleged girls, Rye as well, Rye's another Love and Hip Hop girl, why are there so many Love and Hip Hop girls banding together to come against Nicki? What is the benefit of all these Love and Hip Hop girls taking swipes at Nicki? I didn't even know she had a situation with Jessica Dime. Had no idea. I never even heard about that. Talking about Nicki is not going to get Safari back into the algorithm. Now, I will give, yes, she did. Missy used to be on Violators. Mona, before she was Mona Scott Young, used to be an exec at Violators. So there we go. Erica Mena, that's right. Said Jessica was trying to fight her and everything. I didn't even know that, y'all. So it just seems like there's a whole entire movement of Love and Hip Hop girls coming for Nikki. Well, the Trina thing was outside of Love and Hip Hop. She ended up becoming a Love and Hip Hop girl. They did that song long before Trina was on Love and Hip Hop. That song was old by the time we heard about it. I want to say they recorded that in what, 2018? So quite interesting how this is working. You got the Chariot here, which is forward movement. And now you got juggling. People don't know which way to go, what direction to choose, how to handle this situation. Um, and to be honest, like, I haven't watched Love and Hip Hop in years. So I don't even know what's happening currently with Love and Hip Hop. But Love and Hip Hop just feels like it kind of it is losing its energy every season. Said, well, they only get paid 1,500 per show. That's not a lot. Not all of them get paid 1,500 per show. It depends on what your it depends on what your following is, what you bring to the show, and what your contract says. Everybody doesn't just get 1,500 a show. Just like with the housewives, all of the housewives don't get paid the same amount. It's tiered on how much engagement you have and what you bring to the show. You, you said Love and Hip Hop is still a thing. Wow. For somebody it is, y'all. For somebody. Now, here's something that I want y'all to understand, because this is not just Love and Hip Hop. I want y'all to, follow me, because, I'm about to take a ride with you. Bend these corners with me. Everything I'm about to say is allegedly, allegedly, allegedly. Okay? All right, now here we go. Love and Hip Hop is a subsidiary brand or show of VH1, which is also a brand that is from Viacom. Now, if you take it there and you look at what just happened with the MTV Awards, not the MTV Awards, the VMAs. There we go. You see what just happened with the VMAs, how Nikki was pushed out of that. You see Love and Hip Hop. This doesn't feel like a Mona Scott Young thing. This feels like this could be a Viacom thing. Okay? Viacom is the parent company that is over BET, MTV, and VH1. So I want y'all to pay attention to the bigger picture here, because this is so much bigger than a Mona Scott Young. Okay, Mona Scott would be down here. She'd be Pinocchio. Viacom would be Geppetto. Now, there's been a very important merger that's happened in the last few months. Not too many people are talking about it, where there is a parent company that just assumed those companies, completely dissolved them. So, hey, LaTondra Washington, welcome to Premium Content. So, all of these networks, as you know it, the programming that is on this network is about to change. It's already happening with BET. BET is switching up even with like the award shows. The VH1 Awards look so damn dry, they could have hosted that shit down to the dewdrop in. MTV is closing out, very, very historic shows that they have had for, a couple decades now. So yes, the deal with Paramount, I want to say it's, I can't remember the name of the company. It's Sun something. I don't know if it's Sun Coast. It's Sun something, y'all. Charge it to my head, not my heart, because I've been working all day. But they have made a deal with Paramount, and the deal is so big that the president had to approve this deal, because anytime you have something this big, it can be considered a monopoly, and the FCC is supposed to make sure that no one company has a huge monopoly. Okay? So when you look at it that way, it's so far above Mona Scott Young, rather. Hi, B Frost, how are you? What you say? We've been waiting for you to come home. I've been at my house all day. I don't know what you've been doing at yours. So now that you took this ride with me, I want you to understand Mona's all the way down here, baby. Who's got the problem up here? Oh, thank you, B Frost. You said, I remember Tiffany Fox was Little Kim's artist who was on Love and Hip Hop, and she would do interviews talking about Nicki. But see, y'all going back to Love and Hip Hop. Remember, we taking this ride. Love and Hip Hop is this big when you're talking about Paramount and Viacom. Who set the culture all the way up here? Because I'm going to tell you something. Somebody had to make it comfortable for people to move like that without them being in fear of losing the whole entire contract. Nicki's too big of a name for them to come for her and not be afraid that the whole entire brand would be wiped out. So don't start down here with Mona Scott Young. And don't get me wrong, Mona's making her money, but Mona is becoming the dinosaur of reality TV now that people have apps and you can go to the app and buy a subscription through the app to see things like Baddies and Jocelyn's Cabaret and whatever else with whomever else. Why, you know, would people go to Love and Hip Hop outside of, I just want to pay for cable to see VH1 when I could spend $3 to $4 a month and watch content across the whole entire app and get multiple shows from multiple characters that I like? When you can get like what? Maybe 5 to 10 shows of that same caliber, if not more, versus paying $150, $200, $300 a month for cable to get a package just to see Love and Hip Hop. So plus it's hella YouTube people reviewing those shows, so you don't really have to watch them. Come on now, let's talk about it. You said the Paramount Plus app. Let's talk about it. So when you look at, people used to feel like it was necessary to get cable. And let's not forget, we got our cousins over here with these Fire Sticks. And that's that one-time purchase. And you see what you want to see. They're losing viewership by the day. They need Skydance Media. Thank you, sweetie. Thank you. I said something with the sun. Thank you. Skydance Media. That's the name of the company that is taking this merger and absorbing these companies. I appreciate you. Thank you. Okay, see what I'm saying? Samsung TV come with 900 channels. So why would you spend extra money to see VH1 through cable if you don't have to? Y'all, I had cable and I went ahead and canceled it because it's like my TV stay on YouTube. Would you say? You said Sky Sun is close enough. Thank you, because I was being a whole ass auntie, Megan. I'm telling you. I was like, it's up there some damn where. You said, yes, some Samsung all through my house because of that. So now you see what I mean. Who made the culture comfortable with the parent company? The one who signs the checks, the one that offers the deal that gives distribution to the show for production companies like Mona Scott Young. That's where we need to look at. So I want to look at the parent company that's over it all. Said, oh, Skydance Media owned by the son, Larry Ellis, the founder of Oracle. Come on with my smarty pants people. Now you see where this is going? Now you see where this is going? This is so beyond love and hip hop. So much bigger than Saucy Santana and us both having nice nails. So much bigger than that. Would you say? You said not Miss Perry Mason. Y'all are petty and I love it. Oh, goodness. Hold on. Let me go ahead, find me a deck down here so we can go to work. We're going to go ahead and tap in with my vampire deck. So for those of y'all who like to know what decks I'm using, here we go. Can be found on Amazon. Tarot of the Vampires. Figured it would be appropriate if we're talking about networks. Show me the iron fist behind the velvet glove. Show me the iron fist behind the velvet glove. What's the energy behind the scenes when it comes to Nicki and the parent companies? What's the energy behind the top execs and Nicki? I'm not reading on no diss track, y'all. I already got a lot going on. If I need to, I will come back and do an extra show this week. Y'all, see, that's what I mean. Y'all be caught up in the little shit. It's a way bigger picture here. Y'all got to look at the bigger picture. That don't do nothing for Missy to come out with no diss track for Nicki. That's not going to revamp her career. It's not going to do nothing for her in the rap history. Stop being distracted, y'all. Stop being distracted. They put this shit out here to have y'all all across the street, every which damn way, running around like chickens with your head cut off. Pay attention to the bigger picture. Cause that ain't gonna even be enough for Nikki to put her eyelashes on in the morning. Please believe it. Hey Millie the Mystic, how are you, gorgeous? Doing good. Just like I was telling people the other day, when y'all was worried about that Trump doing a a pardon for Diddy. I told y'all, use that tinfoil hat. Tap into your intuition. It is a lot of lies in the media right now. They playing with people left and right. They giving y'all all kind of stuff so that you don't pay attention to what's real. If you distracted and you don't pay attention to what's real, baby, they gonna have you going all ass backwards up the street and you're gonna always miss the bigger picture. Real talk, y'all. Real talk. That's right. Energy harvesting off your emotions. That's exactly what it is. Show me the execs behind this push against Nikki. Show me the execs behind this push against Nikki. Five of Cups. Knight of Cups. Okay, so somebody's upset because it's like they've given her an offer, or it's regret, public humiliation, and shame attached to an offer. So at this point, y'all, they're trying to break her so that they can make her more malleable, more controllable. And it's going to be through trying to destroy her, trying to humiliate her, trying to make her image die before the media. As you can see, this is someone visiting gravestones. But who are these cloaked figures back here that you can't see behind the gravestones? Remember, these people orchestrated a whole funeral for her career. This is a replica of that funeral for her career. Hans, we're not about to do that. So is her label Republic Records behind this too, or are they just not going to defend her at all? That's a damn good question, because remember, we're talking about all the execs behind the scenes that are orchestrating this energy. This is not coming from regular people. This is coming from conglomerates. This is coming from, those that create what they want us to think is the culture, because they pick what's hot behind the scenes. They don't allow you to decide what you like, what's going to trend, what's going to be the next hot music. They pick this behind the scenes. King of Pentacles. Now, King of Pentacles would represent executives, financiers, okay? Father figures, people who would be in control of things. Page of Cups. And these aren't people who communicate with her often, but they're trying to break her down. They want to make her sorry. What are they trying to make her sorry for? What are they trying to make her sorry for? Six of Pentacles. Five of Pentacles. Y'all, they want her to go flat broke so that she would be forced to have to accept money from them, because once she accepts money from them, they have full control over her. Said, I can't imagine her own label would leave so much room for one of their biggest artists to be sabotaged in this way unless they're involved. Interesting. Because I do see there's a push to try to break her financially. Why, thank you, Justice for Us. So here it is, Queen of Pentacles, Page of Cups, Ten of Swords. Okay, like I said, here she is in the lap of luxury. She doesn't need anything from them. You see how palatial and beautiful this is? Hell, I want to go sit out there with a glass of wine right now, my damn self. But they want her to be sorry, to be broken, to betray her, because they need her to be easier to control. Thank y'all. Four of Cups. That hasn't been working for them. It's an unrequited offer. Ace of Wands. She just keeps pushing through. She's aggressive with it even. She's coming through with that BDE energy. Okay? Because you got to remember the Ankh represents the phallic symbol and the womb, which is the actual Holy Trinity. So she's coming through with that BDE energy. They don't like that they can't control her. She's made it beyond a certain level to where they can turn on or turn off her career. The Moon. Okay, so the Moon represents secrets, but I want you to pay attention because that's a siren. And the warning has always been to never ever follow the song of a siren, because a siren will lead you out too far and you will drown. You will never come back. The Magician. And see, that's what they're trying to do. Okay? They're trying to lead her out too far to swim, and then she'll never come back. But being that that's the Moon card, it's secrets behind it, and it's secrets to why this is happening. The Fool. Okay? So here it is. You have the virginal girl here, and then you have what seems like, you know, the bad boy, the rogue person, and he's coming with the offer with this rose. Now, if you think about this from the music standpoint, from the industry standpoint, the bad boy would be the executives, okay? The people who make things happen, coming to offer her a deal when she was naive about how this worked. Said, don't these labels want to make money? Pushing out our biggest money makers seems so counterproductive. It would make sense, but I want y'all to remember who warned y'all about the takeover of music from AI. Anybody remember who warned y'all about that? So now that AI is going to be the new entertainment force, they're using social media to get us accustomed to seeing AI music videos, AI personalities, the little AI sketches. Once they get comfortable enough, we'll have AI movies, okay? They don't want any more actual, factual, flesh and blood, carbon-based entertainers. Allegedly, everything is going to be rolled over into AI, because AI can be created, owned, and operated by the network affiliates. It's always going to say and do what they want it to say and do. They don't have to pay the AI anything, but 100% of the proceeds come back to the parent company for AI. You're saying the public won't accept it, but I guarantee you the public already has, because they've been doing beta testing on us this whole time. Go on your IG and show me how many comedic videos, Barbie videos that are all AI that you watch and you giggle and tee hee to every day on IG. That's all beta testing. Pay attention to these videos where you see Tupac out with Biggie, Tupac with Mr. Dress Up, Tupac with Martin Luther King, Martin Luther King doing stand up, all AI. How many songs have you heard remix on YouTube that are AI, and they say, well, if this artist performed this in the 50s, if they performed this in the 60s, all AI beta testing. TikTok as well, right? So before you say people won't accept it, low key, you already have without knowing it, because AI is all over social media. The more they get you comfortable to AI, the longer those snippets get. And then those snippets go from, a minute, like 30 seconds to a minute to 2 or 3 minutes. Then you got up to like 10-minute snippets. And what happens when you start getting AI generated content that's 10 minutes or longer? You are now fully engaged with a character that has no pulse, that is completely 100% generated, operated, and moderated by big business. And it's going to say whatever they want it to say because it's considered entertainment, and entertainment shapes the narrative for our everyday life. Think about how women used to act before we got all these reality shows. And now think about how all of them behave just like how they see the people they watch on these reality shows. They're going to do the same thing, but through AI. It's already started. You have AI IG models, and it literally says at the bottom of the AI picture, do not inbox. This is not a real person. This is AI. And what happens? Folks be slow as hell. I'm going to shoot my shot in the inbox of the AI model. And then get mad when the AI model don't message them back, and it's AI. Now, how you going to be mad that AI didn't shoot his shot back? Now, what's going to happen if AI decide to answer you one day just for shits and giggles, and now you got a whole fake relationship with your AI girlfriend that you can never actually meet, and then she going to cheat on you for an AI influencer that got more numbers than you? Oh! Whew. I mean, you can't really call it a catfish at this point. But what the hell is? I don't know what the hell to call it. Like, this is sad. So let's keep going. Oh, whoo. Oh, you said I'm starting to glitch? Oh, okay. They telling me, Angel, shut your ass up. That means I'm going to really go in now. Oh, Lord, you said AI fish. So you got a tower here, and towers come out of nowhere. So they're going to try to hit her with everything, including the kitchen sink, things to throw her off, to surprise her. Um, Ten of Wands, put as many burdens on her until it's become unbearable, until they break her, until she finally just gives up. Um, that's the plan. I ain't say that's what's gonna happen, but this is the plan. This is what they want to do. You said some people are using AI to catfish and get money out of men. I just might have to take my talents to AI. I'm done. I mean, the Bible say a fool and their money will soon be departed, but I don't even think they had this in mind. Goodness gracious. Yeah, nine of Pentacles. And this is why the independent woman, Nikki don't really need these people for much. There's not much that she, can't get done on her own. And at this point, the Nine of Pentacles is literally one pentacle away from having everything. So unlike a lot of the other artists that absolutely need, the labels, they need the budget, they need the distribution, Nikki's a one-stop shop. A lot of this she can get done on her own without any assistance. And the reason why that's a threat to them is because as an independent, there's not too many on this level that have the fan base that will go out and buy the music and keep her at the top of the algorithm without the machine. There's only one other name I can think of just off the top of my head, and it's not the only one, but Eminem. Eminem has been independent for a while. He don't do no big rollouts, no, big press runs, like I got an album coming out, we're doing this, we're doing that. No, he just decides to go in the studio. I feel like making something. Okay, call their people, see if they can, record something it is. Chris Brown is still signed. He's got more independence than most. Eminem don't have to tour. He ain't toured, and I can't tell you when. But every time that man drops a CD, and we're talking about with the most minimal advertisement, Tory's still not on Eminem's level yet, but I get what you're saying. The most minimal advertisement, Eminem is at the top of Billboard with no assistance and no budget from the big machine. Tory's not on that level yet, y'all. He's going to be there, but he's not on this level yet. Tory's not on Eminem's level. I didn't say he's not dropping music. Listen, because y'all comparing apples to oranges. Y'all comparing apples to oranges. I'm talking about someone whose career is independent to the point to where the system cannot destroy their career because they are 100% above radio, above advertising, and can literally drop a surprise album at 12 o'clock midnight on any day of the year with no advertisement and be number one on Billboard. And people be sitting back like, he had an album? I didn't even know about it. There we go, Dasha. Tell them. Eminem is the number one rapper of all time with sales alone. That's what I mean. He is not a part of the system. See, Drake is still heavily a part of the system, even though he's one of the biggest rappers in the world right now. Drake is a part of the system. Eminem literally can get up in the middle of the night, decide he's going to go make him a sandwich and sit down and say, you know what? I feel like recording something while I can't sleep. Drop it tomorrow, and it's at the top of billboards, and people are confused. Like, where the hell did this come from? This is what they're afraid of with Nicki. The Barbs will get behind Nicki no matter what the industry says or does. The Barbs will put Nicki in the position to where she can drop just like Eminem with no industry push, no advertising, no payola, no marketing whatsoever from the blogs. Doesn't matter what the blog says or didn't say. She can go into that lane where she becomes the female Eminem. Chris is not on that level yet, y'all. Chris is doing great. But pay attention to what I'm saying. Y'all talking about popularity. I'm not talking about popularity. I'm talking about power through independence. Where I'm talking about completely self-owned. To where you can wake up and say, I can pick who does my distribution, or I can start my own distribution company and distribute myself. That's what they're afraid of with Nicki. Just like Tech N9ne. Come on now, Bryce. And see, I'm glad that you brought up Tech N9ne, because Tech N9ne has been on the top of the Forbes list long before Jay-Z has ever been on the Forbes list for hip hop. And he has done it every year consistently for well over a decade as an indie artist. And he was banned from Clear Channel Radio. So think about that. The Forbes list as an independent artist every single year consecutively with 0 airplay. This is what scares them, y'all. Because when you show that you can do that, these people up here are no longer necessary. When you see people that can move like that, they make the way for a Tory. They make the way for a Chris. You have at least 10 people that can move like that. Those people become the new forerunners of the industry. Those people become indestructible. The industry cannot destroy those kind of people. This is what they're afraid of. That's right, when you no longer need the middleman. Nicki showed them with this Gag City tour that she is moving in that lane. The first female in rap history to show them that she could move independently of the system. She didn't have to drop a video for that album. She didn't do a bunch of ridiculous press runs where she was wore out and tired and couldn't get herself together. You didn't see her peddle a bunch of nonsensical products that I probably made with like $2 worth of damn material. She came out with her own shoe. She came out with her own nails. She dropped that album with not one visual and went on tour and gave a visual in that tour that has yet to be seen ever in female rap. She shook the table, y'all. She shook the table. And when she shook that table, it scared the shit out of the industry, because they saw that no matter what, we cannot turn her career on or off anymore. Chris is getting there. They couldn't cancel Chris because the street brought Chris back. When Chris did Deuces, they didn't want Chris on the radio. He was banned from the radio. The street made them put Chris on the radio. Said, I don't really understand why the industry treats Nicki and Chris the way they do, but someone like Eminem can be independent and not deal with the same nonsense. Oh no, he go through shit. Don't think Eminem don't go through shit. Eminem right now is putting, and see, this is what's crazy, because nobody's talking about this. Everybody wants to talk about Nicki and the feds, right? Guess who's been using the feds to get people locked up this whole past year? I want to see how many of y'all paid attention. Come on now. The Look by Lodger said it. Marshall Mathers, Eminem. Eminem has been getting people locked up for stealing and illegally streaming his music. He has a huge lawsuit against, what do you call it? What's his name? Meta. He has a huge lawsuit against Meta for illegally streaming his music. So here it is. Everybody wants to make it look like, oh, Nicki snitching on everybody. Nicki running to the feds. Don't get the feds on me. And the one who's been effectively using the feds to lock people up and to get his money and to stop people from playing with them is Eminem. Eminem just got a sound engineer who worked with him ages ago locked up for selling old music that he had that was unreleased. Hold on, let's see. Eminem wasn't no damn experiment for no Dr. Dre and Jimmy. That right there lets me know you don't know your hip hop. You don't know your hip hop at all. See, let me take you down, you know, the hip hop corridor, because I know you don't know what you're talking about. And I'm about to get you together. There was a thing out in LA called the Hip Hop Olympics. And everybody in the golden era of hip hop, whether you were a b-boy, a rapper, a graffiti artist, whatever you did in hip hop, everybody went to LA to the Hip Hop Olympics. Eminem, no different. Okay? So back in the mid 90s, because the Hip Hop Shop, which is up the road from me, shout out to the original Hip Hop Shop, the first one and the second one. First one, Maurice Malone. It was a clothing store. Also, he helped to launch Gigi Hunter's career. But it was a clothing store where people would come and they would do open mic, poetry, all of this at the clothing store. And then going from a clothing store, it became an iconic place for hip hop in general. Eminem would come to the Hip Hop Shop. And back then he drank Bud Light, and he would have, you know, his bottle of cans, would turn his cans in up the street. I want to say the liquor stores over on Mansfield 7 Mile. He'd turn his little cans in over there, go get his Bud Light, come back. They had a competition at the Hip Hop Shop, y'all. And the competition was who could rap the longest without cussing. Y'all, Eminem rapped so long. I want to say this was back in like 94, 95. He rapped so long that they took the mic. He never said anything twice. Not once. This man rapped almost 2 hours. Freestyle. Never said anything twice. Long before he made it to the Hip Hop Olympics, where he was discovered by somebody outside of Jimmy, outside of Dr. Dre, he was already being looked at. People didn't know what to do with Eminem because they didn't know what type of box to put him in, because Eminem at the time, you had, his real name is Rob, but Kid Rock, real name is Rob. Kid Rock was rapping at the time, and his family coerced him to leave rap alone and to go off into rock. Now at that time, Eminem was the small artist, Kid Rock was the bigger artist. Eminem was going back and forth, coming at Kid Rock. Kid Rock ended up switching gears from rap, and then he dropped his iconic song, that cowboy song, and it changed the whole entire path that he was going on. M was already rapping, doing a lot of underground battles, and see, the hip hop shop back then, y'all, people would come, and they until they closed it recently, people would come from overseas. We're talking about France, we're talking about, the UK, all of that. They would come over to the hip hop shop because the hip hop shop is globally renowned. And they would love to run into like him, Big Proof, 31st Century. Let me see, who else? Yeah, Sanchi Lasana. You had By10, because By10 is the one who put together Slum Village. Like, all of these people would meet at the hip hop shop, and they would all just grab the mic and go back and forth. Yes, Marv One. Shout out to Marv One. He just did a song with my homie Monica Blair. So, this was like hip hop Sparta. Like, you did not go to the hip hop shop if you did not have chops. And he had chops back then, y'all, but they didn't know what to do with them. It took a minute. So he was no experiment for anybody. Eminem was rapping about Tupac back in 1994. He had a song called I Just Don't Give a Fuck. That song, he was giving props to Tupac. And he had a video where he was going around the trailer park and had the little aliens and whatnot. It wasn't no experiment. They didn't need to experiment with him. Not at all. See, experiments are some of these people that y'all look at today that can't do nothing without somebody writing for them. That's an experiment. That's a social experiment. Some of y'all favorites have been social experiments from the beginning of their damn career. But when you tell them to get in that booth, or you invite them to a freestyle battle, they get laryngitis because they can't do nothing with it. That's an experiment. But folks don't want to hear that. So there's a soul food restaurant in downtown Detroit that's very black and upscale. Eminem is the only white boy on that wall. See, you can't get somebody that's an experiment on a song with somebody like, LL, and that person wakes LL up and takes him back to battle rap where he started. Experiments can't do that. He said, I met him in 96 when he was living in Newark with the Outsiders. Okay, so you went back. He was back and forth. Said, I used to love Slum Village song with Kanye. Yeah, Titus, that was bro. That was the homie. R.I.P. to him. And a lot of people didn't know that By 10 was a dancer, y'all. By 10 could dance his ass off. Real talk. Like, I used to call him Disco Duck because, out of nowhere, he'd hit that footwork and get the dancing. And he'd go from so serious with that head wrap to out dancing everybody on the street. He said, dang, Angela, my comments being removed of my opinion on the industry. Baby, I didn't even see your comment. He says, Selfish loves that song. Interesting that you mentioned that, Aja, because Selfish Love was the song that I feel personally caused the industry to turn against By 10. Because when you pay attention to everybody's verses in that song, By 10 was talking about the tainted love from the industry and how the industry, was corrupt. And then after that, everything about how they marketed the group, everything they did changed. I knew that there was a switch up in that group for good when they went on the Chappelle show and they went to perform disco. And they had By 10 like off to the side in the back, not saying much, like he was an extra in his own group. And I was real thrown with that. I said, why would they have him on here like he a lame in his own group, like he's the least talented one in his own group? After that, it was a permanent shift. So let's get back to where I was at, y'all. Because the point that I was making is that Nicki is in the position to where she is becoming the female Eminem. And what I mean by that is not just the skill set. Because first of all, I love the idea of Nicki and Eminem on a song together. But Eminem's last album, he dropped from the concept of, I'm going to say everything I could possibly say for y'all to cancel me. My whole sentiments of this album is that once y'all hear this album, y'all gonna hate me and y'all gonna cancel me. And even saying stuff he knew was gonna get him canceled couldn't even get him canceled. They don't know how to cancel Nicki. That's the bigger picture. That's the point. They don't know how. They've tried. It's getting like that with Chris. Honey, they've tried. They try again, they try some more. They don't know how to cancel Nicki. I don't even see it as he dissed Annabelle. What he did do is this. If you make a reference, an inference towards Eminem listens to everything. So when she did the song Hiss, She made a reference when she did the Why You So Obsessed With Me track. She did, she did that in the song. And that was a diss to Eminem from Mariah, right? So Eminem picked up on the reference, was like, oh, okay, so you took the Mariah reference, which was a dig at me. So I'm going to reference you. And what did he say? He'd like to get, a feat from Megan. And then it was, the next line was hoping that he had a shot. So, I'm paraphrasing. So you reference me, I'm going to reference you. Nothing more, nothing less. He also made a reference towards Cardi B and said her music was trash and he threw it out the limousine window. She was yet to say anything. I don't think she's even said anything publicly ever, her or Offset, about Eminem mentioning that he said the black, how did he reference her? He referenced her as a black widow, and he said something about the chick with the name with the B, and said that her music was trash, and he threw the CD out his limousine window. She said not a word. She said not a word. As much as Cardi listened to everybody, she ain't said a word because somebody told her that that's not a reference you want to make. That's not a reference you want to make. You don't even want to touch that. Yes, yes. Come on, Vanity Bammy, you caught that. Yes, not the Family Johnson vacation thing. There we go. So, Meg is not the first one he's referenced. Hell, he went way harder on Britney Spears. Britney Spears and NSYNC. He made way more fun of the white artists than he ever did with anybody else. The only person I ever seen that had a successful diss towards Eminem ever that charted was Mariah. And Mariah not even a rapper. So you got to give Mariah her props because she came through and he's like, okay, she got me. Well, yeah, MGK gave him some smoke, but we're talking about Mariah's not even a rapper. And his song did not chart like Mariah's. Mariah's song was everywhere. And the crazy thing is, after MGK came for him, Lord have mercy, Eminem came back with Kill Shot. And remember, he referenced Diddy at the end of the song and accused Diddy of being involved in Tupac's unaliving. And Diddy tried to get him to take that off the track. Yeah, I remember when he dissed Benzino, and I remember when Benzino actually, got to give credit where credit is due. When Benzino came back at Eminem recently, that was a solid diss. It was. It didn't go no damn where. Nobody replayed it, but it was a solid diss. It was. It was way better than most that have come against Eminem. I mean, it didn't help Benzino that he cried later. It's like, hold your nuts. You were supposed to come for him and stand on it. What the hell is you crying for? But he stepped it up. He did his thing. And then he turned around and had a breakdown. And I think that's why Eminem didn't come back and polishing him off, because he like, look, he done been through enough. He dissed me and then he started crying. I don't even know how I'm going to diss somebody that cried over dissing me. So he got to, he just let it go at that point. And that's what I mean by Miss Onika is in that same category. So these people, y'all, They just don't know what to do. They don't know what to do with her. They just don't. I wouldn't know how to diss somebody back that started crying after they dissed me either. That would confuse the hell out of me. Like, what is this? What, you whooping your own ass at this point? Said he dissed the hell out of Melly Mel. Oh. So here she is. Once again, because I just took everything off the table. Here she is once again. The Nine of Pentacles, the independent woman. They're trying to betray her and destroy her before she completely goes independent. Oh, that's fucked up. You said what's the opposite of Benzino? A giraffe. Okay, I'm back. I'm back. Oh, God. No, Lord, ma'am. Ooh. Six of Cups. They're going to try to go and dig up things from her past. Y'all, they trying anything they can. Why would you do that to me? It's hard to focus now. Okay, okay. Eight of Pentacles. Yeah, they're trying to dig up things from her past, things that would affect her, keep her from working, trying to, find ways to humiliate her publicly. Okay. And see, this is what I mean. The Queen of Swords to the Hierophant. They know Nikki has friends in some very high places, okay? And they're pushing things forward for Nikki. This is something that they never expected, y'all. They never expected it. See, what Eminem is doing quietly, Nikki is doing out loud. Nikki's in the middle of the street. Nikki out here with a pot and a ladle, just ain't nobody gonna get no sleep tonight. He said allegedly Ra was the one to put out the rumor about Nikki being on substances. Yeah. So now they're trying to fight her, and they're trying to drain her income. Because look, you see how this is a cop car here and this person is hiding? Okay, Five of Pentacles here, person broke. So she said that they have weaponized police against her. They've been trying to break her, ostracize her. Which I say, everybody get the fuck up. Yes, that pot. Well, here she is. She's been through a lot, the wounded warrior, but she's standing her ground. Good thing about the wounded warrior is when it's all said and done, the wounded warrior, even though they may not win the war, they may not win the battle, they win the war. That's what I mean. So no matter what they drag her through, what they take her through, she's going to prevail. Ace of Cups, which is the cup of love. Like, they never expected that her fan base would ride for her the way that they do, nor did they expect her to have people in her fan base that are in the upper echelon up here. So here it is. You got these people all the way up here that are organizing this situation. And then you got people that are in this gray area right in between them was like, wait a minute. I'm a Barb. And it's like, hold on. What you mean you a Barb? What are you doing, councilwoman? What are you doing, senator? What are you doing, president? Never expected that. Four of Pentacles. Remember, I said they needed to have that funeral for her career for the rest of them to survive. Because, I mean, it's not Nikki's fault that they keep investing in artists that can't keep up. Okay? It's not her fault. But they needed to have that funeral for her career for the rest of them to have stability. Four of Pentacles represents stability, financial stability. Yes, that funeral was a ritual. Three of Cups. Yeah, this is literally them dancing on her career grave. Okay? Celebrating, partying, dancing on her career grave. And you got the Magi here, the Magician, which means they pulled from every different element of the deck. The cups, the pentacles, the swords, the wands, every walk of life, every facet of hip hop to make this happen. No, it didn't work. Here we are years later. And look who keeps popping up. Oh my gosh. The King of Wands was heartbroken. Now, this is a fire sign. Who, could this possibly be? I don't know. But this fire sign was heartbroken because here it is. She was supposed to be convalescent. But here it is, like Maya Angelou, still I rise. People still loved her. Nikki started following her intuition. And everybody was watching now. And what they did backfired because what they manifested was more people watching her than not. Nine of Swords. Yeah, they needed to have her in deep anxiety, worried about when the day was going to come when she was in convalescence, or she was heartbroken, or she was supposed to, just be so upset that she's just like, oh my God, I can't take this anymore. I don't know what type of soap opera script that they put together, but okay. So here it is. You got the moon, and the moon represents secret energy. And remember, I told y'all, when you see the siren, you never follow the siren because the siren will take you too far out to swim. And Nikki was following her intuition. Now, here's Nikki right here. Her third eye is activating. She's starting to follow her intuition. But this is the mother figure that helped her to cultivate following her intuition, doing it her way. Can you imagine who this is? Let's see if y'all can tell me down in the chat who this is. This is a smart bunch. I think y'all know. Yep, there we go. There we go. So here's the mama bear, comforting her and teaching her to tap into her own intuition, to do things her way, to follow the beat of your own drum. Do not follow the siren of the industry. They'll take you out and drown you. And because of that, she's able to move forward towards victory. So this is far beyond love and hip hop. That part don't even matter. That's the distraction. So when you see the stuff on the lower end is the distraction. That's the overlay for the underplay. You have to think about who is giving them the level of comfort to feel like they can do this untouched and unscathed. Somebody has to be making these people feel extremely comfortable knowing that if they do this, there's not going to be a penalty. So let me change the deck to answer that question about Republic. We're going to change the deck, change the energy. Lord, y'all done sat up there and talked about the damn giraffe, and my neck ain't felt right since. Oh, Lord. Why, thank you, B. Frost. I appreciate you. Why y'all do that to me? I'm going to be randomly laughing for no reason in the middle of the night, kicking in my bed. Oh, my God. All right, show me the energy with Republic and Nikki. Show me Republic and Nikki. And then we got to move on. You said when you grabbed your neck, I hollered. It was a reflex. Like, oh God. Show me the energy with Republic and Nikki. Ooh. Oh God. Okay, so the Death card and the Ten of Wands. So here it is. The Death card is they know that things are going to come to an end. They're coming to an end soon. It's like pretty much they're looking at it as everything is practically already done. And it puts them in a complicated space because I want to say, and y'all correct me if I'm wrong, the top two breadwinners at Republic are Nicki and Taylor Swift. Can anybody let me know if I got that right? Okay, I see a Drake in there, but I'm saying the top two. The top two, y'all. Y'all keep saying two, but I'm talking about the top two. Okay. And that is true. Republic does have a lot of heavy hitters. That is very true. So it feels like it's a burden for them that this is coming to an end. Ari is not outselling Taylor Swift. Now we need to be realistic now. We need to be realistic. Even though white women are shredding Taylor Swift down to the bone marrow right now, Taylor Swift is making history. We got to give credit where credit is due. I never, ever in my life seen white women read this hard since Alexis Carrington and Dominique Devereaux. Those white women are tearing Taylor Swift up right now. But Taylor Swift is definitely making them historical numbers right now. You said that's your show? Honey, I used to watch that show as a little girl. Like, what? The champagne is bruised. They could bruise champagne? I've learned so much. Like, that was rich woman shade. I loved it. Okay, so here we go. Two of Wands. So yeah, Nikki has definitely, decided to sever ties, and they're just sitting back watching. Oh, yes, their furs were sickening. Yes, they were. Why don't we have TV like that anymore? So they're sitting back watching. They're watching all of this, but why are they watching quiet? Okay, so the top three: Ariana, Taylor, and Nikki. Ariana's making numbers, but she ain't ahead of Taylor for sure. I give her props though. Yeah, she. So they still want to collaborate with her. They still want to collaborate with her. There's not much communication. It's almost like they're sorry the way things are going. Why? Because I need to know, why are they being so quiet about this? You said Taylor, Sabrina, and Nikki in that order? Interesting. So we got heartbreak here, King of Coins. So what is the heartbreak with the execs? Because King of Coins is like someone that's an exec. So is their hands tied? Well, I don't know if their hands are tied, but we're about to find out. Because remember, I was just telling y'all in the last cards that they know that they can't control Nikki, and Nikki is going independent. They want Nikki to lose so that they could have to get her in a contract. They could, advance her a large amount of money, which would put her on a leash, and they can control her, control what she says, all of the above. That's not working. Eight of Wands, things are moving faster than they expected. It's like they still want to work with Nikki, and there's a lot of work to be done as far as they're concerned. So they're not looking at her as aging out. They still see her as very viable. And Nikki is, even though she's on hiatus right now, all her stuff is trending. Like, Bees in the Trap is literally, y'all, Jimmy Kimmel just did the Bees in the Trap challenge. You know how crazy that is? Right now, Cardi should still be doing her rollout. And they're mashing Cardi with Bees in the Trap. It's the Bees in the Trap challenge. And you've got network television doing the Bees in the Trap challenge. This is like what? Nikki's second challenge in the last 2 months? Her what? The last 2 months, her second challenge? And she's on hiatus. I mean, I wasn't about to do the other challenge because y'all, I got knee problems, and if I fall the hell over, ain't nobody coming to get me. Okay, so I see in 6, Super Freaky Girl is trending. So the lovers, like they still want to work with her, you know, side by side because her 6th challenge. See, I can't keep up. I don't even know how many challenges Nikki got, but I know they're trending globally. They're trending globally. There's a whole there's a whole wavelength that Nikki's energy is on right now. So Tiana Taylor just did the SFG challenge. Lord. See what I mean? There's no rollout. There's no album right now. Nikki got challenges for practically no damn reason, just because it's a challenge. You know how hard it is to get people to follow your challenges and globally trend, and then every time somebody sees your name, oh my God, it's a Nikki challenge. I got to do it. And she's not even pushing these challenges. That's what I love about it, y'all. People are contacting Nikki, was like, can you be a part of your challenge? I've never seen that in my life. Like literally, your people are like, can you be a part of your challenge? That's really cute. So I see why they don't want to separate with her, because her name is still ringing bells. It's like, you know, hey, when you're winning, you're winning. It's like, it's heartbreak because this is happening so fast. And they don't want to separate from her. Said a black lady at the NFL did the challenge. Come on now. Oh, man. 5 of Swords. So it feels like there's a conflict in communication. And also, you know, it's like sometimes they watch her and they watch these tweets go out and they be like, ooh, ooh, oh, shit, oh. Like, you know, okay, but it's Nikki, but damn, there she go again tweeting. But I mean, at this point, it's like you can't drop her. She got one more album and she done anyway. So it's like, you know, rock with her, rock against her. You can't. It's getting to the point where you can't win unless you work with her. You can't win unless you work with her. So they just, you know, they over there, you know, shivering a little bit when she shakes the table. But it's like, okay. You said they over there holding their necks. Oh, God. So you got the 4 of Wands and the 6 of Swords. So I do believe, you know, they don't like, you know, the person that she's married to. They want her to separate from her husband, but they see her as a staple. Okay? They see her as a staple. They don't care for the marriage. Somebody over there, that's a big exec. They don't care for the marriage. Now, this ain't nothing like Drake, y'all. Once again, y'all comparing apples to oranges. See, Drake actually went out, started a whole diss war, and then decided to unmask all the villains in the industry after he couldn't get what he wanted. This ain't the same energy. This ain't the same energy. This is completely different. Because it's like They want to still be able to market Nicki, and it's like, oh, she said this, it's gonna be hard to do this. But at this point, it's like Nicki is like lightning in a bottle. And you can't control lightning in a bottle. But you can stand back and watch it and be enamored by how it works. Because it's something that is completely out of your control, that is absolutely amazing. But remember, it's something that you can't control. And here she is, the independent woman, the Nine of Coins. She's able to practically produce on her own. She doesn't need as much assistance as the other people. And she's about to walk away. Remember, I told you people that are very, very high up in the industry are nervous about the next chapter of Nicki because they already can't control her. And then she's going to be independent, which means she's completely rogue against the machine. They failed to lasso her, to get her together, to wrangle her, and to control her. Yeah, the cycle is over. So they don't know where to go from here because it's like, yeah, the High Priestess, the Two of Coins, the Three of Wands, the Emperor. Dealing with Nicki with them is like a crapshoot. Like they literally don't know what to do, but they know if you bet on Nicki, chances are you're going to win. You bet on Nicki, you're going to win. Said they don't have another female rapper, I don't think. They have Cash Doll, but that's a huge, vast difference when it comes to fan bases and marketability. What? I'm selling the truth. He said Young Miami just signed to them. And I see nice dresses. Beautiful gowns and nice dresses. And that's all I'm going to say. Oh, says she's not with Republic anymore. When did she leave Republic? I didn't know she left Republic. The journey, that's why I said nice dresses. See, I covered it on both ends. You said, are the gowns, is the gown even beautiful with that one? Nice dresses. Far as I knew, Cash Doll was still with Republic. Well, that's what I mean. Like Lizzie, that's why I said there's two totally different fan bases, two totally different styles. It's if you're asking if they have any more rap girls, yes they do. But there are no rap girls that are ready to step into Nicki's shoes when, her run is over with Republic. Yeah, it is. It's a completely different ball game. You said they dropped her? I didn't hear about it. I don't know. Right, they can't do world tours. And it doesn't mean that they don't make money doing what they do. They just don't do the volume, the level of business that Nikki does. Nikki is a powerhouse. Lord have mercy. So, y'all, let me move on along. Because like I said, it looked like they nervous over there. They know that it's coming to an end. Um, Nikki and her tweets, X, hell, I don't know what we call it now, but that it makes them nervous. And somebody over there don't like, her husband and who she married to. Yes, Nikki is huge business. So let me go back to my list, y'all, so we can knock this out. I'm doing good timing. It's only going on 9 o'clock. Yay! Okay, okay, okay. Hold on now. What deck am I going to use? Let's see. We're going to go for some colorful decks because this is about to be a colorful read. Lord have mercy. So, y'all, if you were on Spaces today, before I go any further, okay. If you were on Spaces today, Lord have mercy, it was a whole huge melee between Cardi B and Armand Wiggins. Baby, Armand posed the question, do the girls actually really like Cardi? Pretty much from an honest place. I'm paraphrasing. And I get where he was, saying, XY, that's funny. I get what he was saying because let's be honest, when the girls feel some type of way towards Nikki, the go-to used to always be, you fall out with Nikki, and then when they ask you who your inspiration is, they say Kim. So now it's like when you fall out with Nikki, to agitate Nikki or to show that you are not in allegiance with Nikki, you reference Cardi. So he posed the question, do people really like Cardi first and foremost, or are they just using her as a point of reference when things go left with Nikki? Remember, I'm paraphrasing. Okay. So, I guess that question got all up in Cardi B's cheeks. Lord have mercy. And Cardi went and she went and she went until she sound like a old rusty chainsaw. I mean, she just was going and yelling and going and yelling, and I'm like, girl, you not stress, you gonna stress that baby out. You literally are due any day now. This is a lot. So I couldn't keep up with all of that because it's like, girl, you gonna cause me a damn headache, and I just will not. So I went over and I listened to Armand's spaces, and Armand was making some really valid points. And I kind of felt bad for Armand. And I will say this is the first time ever I've actually felt bad for Armand, because you could tell that Armand was really over it, and he felt like he had been taken to a place far beyond anything that he was willing or ready to handle. But see, Cardi, this is a Gemini you playing with. And I warned y'all about Geminis last year. This is a Gemini you playing with. And you don't want to get a Gemini in the place of where they start to do mental gymnastics. And then that mental gymnastics is fortified by intellect. Now, you set up there and you closed off your spaces by saying, you too easy to read. The petty bones in me were tickled that you even said that. I'm gonna be nice. Armand made some claims where he stated that Cardi B was behind the scenes. He said that she was making phone calls, telling people things about him that weren't true, trying to destroy him. He said that Cardi has threatened him. She has had him followed. She has had his mother followed. She has had his people harassed. That in itself. Oh, so she admitted to calling Angela Yee. See, I didn't hear that part. After a while, I couldn't take all of that, that pterodactyl screeching. I just couldn't do it. All that Tyrannosaurus Rex. I couldn't do it. I had to log off. No, ma'am. That's your blood pressure, not mine. I'm going to go find something else to do. So I listened to what he was saying, and that's what made me say, you know what? I want to tap into this. I want to see the energy behind where Armand's head is now. I'm going to tap into where Cardi's head is now. And on the tail end of this, I'm going to see how this is going to affect Cardi if there is a Cardi B vlogger blackout. Because I don't think Cardi understands that celebrity vloggers and celebrities go together. It's a synergy. You're a celebrity, you need someone to talk about you to keep you in the algorithm. You're a celebrity blogger, you need to talk about the celebs for content. I thought that was understood. I thought that was understood. I don't know. I mean, y'all tell me how this new celebrity works. You said that's why she keeps Ken around. Ken is not big enough to speak for the whole entire industry. Not enough people listen to, watch, or, have foot traffic through Ken Barbie to keep her career where she needs it to be. Fashion houses are not getting up and saying, oh my God, what is Ken talking about today? Yes. Oh my God, we over here at Prada just have to watch Ken Barbie. That, I promise you that's not happening. They want to see how your name moves through the entire algorithm. So, who Lord, which one am I gonna go to first? Let me anoint my hands. Okay, top of my head too, just in case one of her crows fly by. All right. Whew. We gonna start with Cardi. Lord. Show me the energy around Cardi now that she has aired her grievances with Armand Wiggins. Queen of Pentacles, Five of Cups. Bottom of the deck, Six of Wands. Okay, so Queen of Pentacles, you know, she sees herself as stable and established. She doesn't have to worry about anybody. But baby, here comes the reality check. Five of Cups, regret, public humiliation, shame. So she's going to try to move on from this. You know, that's the energy. Like, I can move on from this successfully. I don't need this. I don't need that. It's something about this that's a little different. The air feels different. It's almost like being outside and you can smell rain. It's like being able to sense a storm coming. I don't think she's paying attention to the air. It is something different in the air this time. Oh, face down, ass up. Let's see. King of Swords. It's definitely something different in the air this time. And King of Swords, I see why you got regret, because King of Swords could be an executive. It can be law enforcement. It can be lawyers. Okay. Ten of Pentacles. So we're looking at executives. We're looking at lawyers. We're looking at large amounts of money that is on the line here. I mean, huge amounts of money that are on the line here. King of Cups. People feel some type of way. They may not be saying anything, but they feel very, very deeply about this situation. You know, it's like people who had hope for her, okay? Hope for how things would emerge with her. it's a bated breath type situation. But the King of Cups feels very deeply, very moved, whether they say something or not. Five of Swords, conflict and communication, argumentative. Um, it feels like people don't know how to come and deal with her because the Knight of Cups represents a favorable offer, okay? Also, somebody waving the white flag. So it feels like at some point in time, Armand may have offered her, you know, like, I don't want to say necessarily a counter offer, but just like, you know, let's agree to disagree. You know, let's just have peace. And then boom, here it is. You've got the conflict. Okay, let's get you out of here. And let's get you out of here. Oh shoot, wait a minute. Okay, to listen, now the cards trying to argue with me, y'all. Hold on. Y'all see now when I get to saying certain things, I'm starting to get spammed. I haven't been spammed like this in a minute. Judgment and the Moon. Yeah, she doesn't know it, but people are secretly looking at her in a very negative way. Like she's all up in her head. She's obsessing about this situation. She's all up in her head. She's worried about how people feel about her. Um, she's got to stop putting so much energy off into how other people feel about her, because it's like she goes off the deep end off of what she thinks, you know, people feel, or off of people's opinions, and then it backfires, or it doesn't come out as favorable as she likes, or if you don't say something as favorable as she likes, here she is like just stuck in her head, and you know, she becomes a prisoner of her own thoughts. No, I didn't say anything. Anybody backtracked. What I said was he was trying to offer what was like a peaceable exchange. Like, you know, let's agree to disagree. You know, I ain't got to deal with you. You ain't got to deal with me. Let's just call it. Let's just call it, right? And even with that, it became argumentative. That's the energy that I'm pulling. Allegedly, allegedly, allegedly. So it seems like he was trying at one point in time to be the bigger person, because he's still trying to manifest and trying to maneuver. And it looks like he walked away from this situation. So mind you, I'm in her energy, and I'm pulling this in her energy. He walked away. After he walked away, what happened? Oh, well, damn. Here's the devil. Here's the Ten of Pentacles. I need Cardi to hold herself accountable for being toxic, okay? Because if he walked away, why do you have the Magician here to the devil? Because it's like operating out of chaos, manifestation out of chaos. So it's almost to the point to where it's almost like she doesn't know how to operate or how to manifest without chaos. And this is pretty much how she makes money, or how she planned on making money. That's funny you said that. It says she's got an evil spirit. I believe that's what she said about Armand today. So, okay. Okay. Okay, now we cooking with hot grease. We got the King of Wands here falling right next to the devil. And Armand, you might not want to take this so personal. Allegedly, child. Hold on now. Y'all hold on to your wig strap. If you don't have a wig strap, just hold on to the top of your bald ass head. Because this feels like this is displaced anger that could be stemming from a fire sign male. So somebody could be upset about some energy between them and a fire sign male, and the energy that they can't give to that male ends up pouring over into other energies, other people, other things, allegedly. Hmm. Okay. Hmm. The Hierophant and the Page of Swords. And see, this is where Cardi has got herself in a pickle. Okay? Because you have higher ups and you have law enforcement that are watching this. Okay? And this is what she's going to end up regretting later. Because you could end up in court. You can end up in some legal troubles if this goes too far. And I don't think this is the drama that you want. Tell me more about these legal troubles that could possibly happen. Excuse me, I had to take a quick nap. So we got the Emperor. We have the Emperor here and the Ten of Swords. Someone feels betrayed by an Emperor who's fallen under this King of Swords energy. So this Emperor may be very sharp at the tongue right about now. And he's telling it, what the old folks used to say, I'm going to tell it like a T.I. is, okay? And he may not be so friendly with his conversations. His communications can be a bit, okay? So this is going to separate even more people from Cardi. The King of Cups to the Chariot. She's going to have people that are going to feel some type of way, and they may not say anything to her about the way that they feel, but they could possibly start, separating from her and her brand due to the things that she's saying, what's coming out of her mouth. I'm not surprised because I told y'all Cardi B's mouth was going to be her downfall this year. And she hasn't let me down yet, unfortunately. So, whoo-wee. The lover. Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. 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 Reconfirmation. Confirmation and reconfirmation. Honey, wait a minute. Harsh communication. The lover is the Gemini, but I feel like that's going two ways here. Harsh communication with the lover and arguing with the Gemini who went in a different direction. So it's kind of hard to pick a fight with somebody that went in another direction. But I mean, hey, you know, swing on people while they ain't looking if that's what we doing this year, I guess. So we've got the the strength card here. And Cardi might want to cool her jets because, honey, it looks like you got a lot of karma coming to you that you don't see coming. The moon to the judgment to the strength. And there could be a possible legal proceeding or something that has to do with a court of law or a legal problem that could come swiftly upon her that will be very strong and aggressive. So this ain't something she'll just be able to shake off. Yeah. Three of Swords, heartbreak. This is the epitome of letting your mouth write a check that your ass can't cash. Four of Pentacles and the Wheel of Fortune. So it's like she's heavy on trying to manifest, you know, financial stability, you know, getting to the bag, getting to the next level, making money. She's also very stubborn about, you know, doing whatever it is that she feels like is going to get her to that next level. She's got tunnel vision on opportunities coming in, focusing on business, which would be a good thing if she wasn't getting in these subterranean gutter arguments. And I don't think she understands every time she does this, it hinders her brand. Put something on the devil. Let me see the devil. Goat Lucy, Capricorn. Okay, okay, okay. The devil and the Seven of Swords. That's a terrible combination. That's someone that can be very toxic, somebody that can be very underhanded, very sneaky, very calculated, very devious, and obsessed with the energy of, you know, by any means necessary. The backdoor card. And it's like she has a past of doing this, allegedly, 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 because you know you can't, you know, take nothing I say serious because I talk to gnomes in the backyard that are very 420 friendly. Mm. What the hell kind of question is that? Do you usually smell your hair? What? Whew. Oh, Lord. King of Wands to the Death card. Four of Swords. So it looks like somebody thinks they're on the break and somebody knows it's over. Okay? So somebody thinks they're on a break. Somebody knows it's over. Say, yo, that's your crazy. Start talking about Barney and the bots coming here. Oh my God. Oh my gosh. So yeah. once again, the death card falls under the King of Wands. So it feels like the King of Wands is definite with, him being done with this situation. And she feels like, they may be on a break, you know, hiatus, allegedly. Lord. This is going to bring heartbreak to Cardi's stability. She's going to have to really work on cleaning up all this arguing and her behavior because it's becoming very toxic to her brand. And like I said, I see some legal troubles coming to her pretty soon attached to something she said. Nine of Pentacles and the Two of Pentacles. So, Lord, got the independent woman here who's juggling. And, it's like things are slowing down for her. It's like she should be resting right now, but it's like instead of her resting, like she's really like teeter-tottering, and this is just not going to be good for her in her pregnancy, y'all. So once again, doggone it. Show me how she actually feels about Armand as a person. So you got the Fool card, which is kind of interesting because it's like she feels like he just jumps off the porch. He don't really take time to think off into things. He just takes things and runs with it like he's done in the past. I'm asking how she feels about him. I'm not saying this is who he is or what he does. It's almost like the thoughts are jumbled because the Hangman. I really suggest at this point that she gets some rest, okay? This is not really good for her. It's not good for her health. It's not good for her physical health, her mental health. She needs to take a break. The Sun. Okay, so we got the Sun here, which should have been happier times, but it's like exposure and going in a new direction. So y'all, Armand said something. It's like she wanted to expose Armand, but Armand said something that exposed her, okay? And it feels like, she thought that, okay, well, I'm going to expose Armand and then I'm going to have a mic drop moment. But he said something that exposed her and then went in another direction. Yeah, Nine of Cups, wish fulfillment. So it's like she's got to slow down, y'all, because I feel like her thoughts are racing. And her wish fulfillment, she just keeps thinking about the money, getting to the money. I got to get this money. I got to get this money. I got to get this money. But she needs to rest. So you've got a cycle here that's coming to an end. And it's like she feels obsessed with bringing an end to Armand by any means necessary, no matter how toxic or how devious or how unnecessary it is, due to energy from the past. Yeah, I'm not digging into that delivery energy, and the reason why I'm not is because that will pull off into the baby's energy, and I'm already telling y'all she need to rest. She need to just get off the internet. She needs to kick her feet up, and she needs to rest because the energy is very unstable for her physically, and I don't like to pull too far off into somebody this close to delivery. So I'm gonna end this here, and I'm gonna go off into Armand's energy. But yeah, this is backfiring on her in a way that she did not expect, and it's really, really putting her in a tight space with advertisers and different blogs, because even though they're not saying anything, they feel very uncomfortable with the way this is turning out. Alrighty, so let's tap into Armand, the energy around Armand. Yeah, universal home girl. That's why I said she needs to relax. She needs to calm down. She needs to get off the internet, and these next couple of weeks she needs to just focus on the health of her and her baby, because it feels very 50-50-ish. So show me the energy around Armand. Show me the energy around Armand. What is Armand's energy towards Cardi? What is Armand's energy towards Cardi? I will tell y'all this before I tap into Armand. She said something that was very disturbing to me today. Um, and I wish she would really watch her mouth. And this is on everything. She said if she was trying to stop bags for Armand, her baby could, I'll change the word, her baby could perish in her stomach. Why would you speak such a thing over your baby? Why would you connect any energy to you doing somebody else wrong as judgment that could be enacted on your baby? Yeah, I had to pause. I literally froze because I felt like the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. Why would you say anything like that and speak that into the ethers for the principalities of the air or the universe to bring that energy back to your baby? I didn't even know how to process that. You've already put out an album with crows. And see, some of these spiritualists, y'all, they over here, and ain't no other way for me to say it. They over here on the internet dick riding for celebrity cosigns. And they're like, oh no, people misunderstand crows. They mean transformation and change. And you know, they go read one or two little things on Instagram and then go put it on their page for content. But they are misleading people on the larger spiritual picture. They don't tell people that a part of transformation is literally you being transcending or transcend out of your body. You leaving your body is transcending. That is a form of transformation. crows come as messengers between the veil to let you know when someone is about to spiritually transcend. I want to show y'all something, y'all. And I just happened to just be on the internet. Wasn't looking for this. I found it, so I saved it because I was going to share this in my spiritual class that I have. Okay? I want y'all to see this. These are crows. This is a dead crow. And I don't know if y'all can see that, but I'm going to read it. It says, some birds hold funerals. Crows and magpies have been seen gathering quietly around their dead, sometimes practicing placing twigs or leaves beside the body as if in mourning. Scientists believe these rituals help them learn about the dangers and process the loss within their group. So you mean to tell me this messenger that comes to warn people in between the veil that somebody's going to cross over also has the mental and spiritual understanding of doing a burial ceremony? And you chose to use these birds and attach them to your energy. And then you sat here and spoke what you spoke out of your mouth today over that baby. You just laid on the floor and played dead, harassing Bia, and then you say this. You're calling on something that you do not want. And when it comes knocking on the door, spiritually, I hope nobody answers it. All right, let's tap into the energy around Armand. So, off the top, yeah, Bia did have a great album. Off the top, Armand he wants to just be done. He's over this whole situation. Unrequited offer, Four of Cups. He just literally wants to be done. The Strength and the Queen of Pentacles. So, y'all, believe it or not, this situation is pushing Armand into a spiritual revival type energy, like a spiritual ascension. Like, this made him have to go pray. This made him have to go tap in with God. He's concerned with, his mother. He's concerned with financial stability. King of Pentacles. He's like, I have to be, I have to man up and be dependable and think about my brand and think about my earning potential and how what's being said, the messages that I say affect my earning potential. So he's trying to take the high road and be the adult in this situation from what I can see. Ace of Cups. Ace of Cups represents love and abundance, the star. So he's trying to protect everything that he has, you know, faith in, everything that he loves, everything that gives him hope. This is really, really changing his outlook on things. And, you know, Armand don't mind getting down with the mess, but it's something about this that spiritually it just feels so unclean to him that it's forcing him to take the high road. Yeah. Um, it's almost like this is causing him anxiety. Okay. The Magician. Um, he's definitely worried about, you know, spiritual energy. Um, Ten of Pentacles. Ace of Pentacles. Oh, shit. See, this is what I'm talking about, dealing with a Gemini. So it's like at one point in time, it's like we could have worked together. We could have amassed a lot of money. Also, like she's popping up in his reading as being extremely stressed out, high anxiety, very high strung, has a lot of worries over money. So he's worried about, you know, how this will affect his brand and money to come. She has a lot of worries in general over large amounts of money. Four of Wands, Seven of Pentacles. Yeah, he's thinking about everything he invested in this that's going to grow into a larger harvest. His stability, everything that he's worked on, what he's building, where he's going. And I'm telling y'all, like Cardi is not in a good place mentally from what I can see. Allegedly. She is very high strung, very stressed out. I don't even know how you sleep like this. I don't. I really don't. Three of Wands, Five of Swords. So yeah, he's looking at his ships coming in, his blessings, and he's looking at that versus this argument. How is, you know, arguing with you going to affect the future and the opportunities that I have coming in? Damn. So it's not even just about, you know, arguing. Five of Swords. Okay, so this goes off into the threats. He said that he was threatened with physical violence. This is physical violence right here at the bottom of the deck. Okay, tell me more about the physical violence. Oh yeah, it's on site. Ace of Wands. This is something that could pop off at any given time. The Tower, to bring it into his cycle. So this is where, you know, for me, Cardi once again can end up writing a check, you know, letting that mouth write a check that her ass can't cash, because if anything happens to him, she's going to be the first possible suspect. And I mean the very first possible suspect. And this will bring her down. So she better hope he don't trip on uneven sidewalk and it look like somebody pushed him. I promise you. Four of Cups. This will be an unrequited offer. Somebody put their hands on Armand. I'm telling you that right now. It will automatically be assumed that she has something to do with it. Baby, what do you mean? Why is Armand moving like he's scared? Have you ever had somebody follow you and threaten you? How would you move? I'm letting you know that there is something real behind what he's saying about people threatening him, physical violence, and people, potentially putting their hands on him. Have you ever been gang stalked? Have you ever had people follow you and talking about they gonna put hands on you? How would you move? See, it's one thing to, say on the internet, I do X, Y, and Z. But if somebody physically is talking about they're going to send people to jump you, this ain't just one person fighting. This is somebody getting jumped. He's told the whole internet, which I mean, why hasn't he told the police? This is somebody who's been to court for allegedly sending men to jump on a woman, well, women rather. So she has the propensity to do so. Y'all do know that the law enforcement has a social media unit. They watch everything on the internet. The question is, why hasn't the police investigated this public announcement of a threat? Because she just made that phone call threatening Megan, threatening Ice Spice, threatening to have people jump riot, threatening what's the other girl? Lotto. She's constantly threatening people with physical violence. How many times is she going to be able to do this and it not be considered a terroristic threat? People have already physically been hurt due to situations connected to her. She had to go to court for that. See, y'all got to understand when it comes to internet politics and when it comes to star power, when you have a machine behind you, that machine will protect the person that's making the money. Armand don't have a machine. Right, says self-admitted gang member constantly threaten people online with no consequences is crazy. I agree. She don't have to be related to none of them, honey. She make the money. They're going to protect the bag. Now, what she can escape is karma. There is no amount you can pay when Miss Karma pull up and double park in front of your address. Karma can whoop you in a way that you will never get whooped by any other person in life. There is no payout to escape no karma. So it looks like, unrequited offer, and it feels like people actually were physically looking for him. This was active, but it just somehow, some way didn't happen. So that's why this is an unrequited offer. It didn't happen. So it's more like it's a disappointment. Somebody may have already been sent, but it didn't happen. But see, y'all just associated being anointed with being anointed from the above. Y'all do know it's dark anointments, right? You can be anointed in the light and in the dark. See, you have to be particular when someone says something like that. Just like when somebody tells you that they believe in God, which God are they talking about? Everybody's not worshiping the same God. Everybody does not function under the same anointing. Where is the anointing coming from? Is it as above or is it so below? Never assume that you know which anointing they're talking about. Always test the spirit and ask. So if something happens, you got the judgment card here, Ten of Swords. If she is to betray him, I do see him pressing charges. But I see her facing karmic judgment. And that's the judgment she can't escape. That's the judgment that money can't get her out of. Page of Swords. So I don't see where Armand has lied yet, y'all. Because Page of Swords represents surveillance. And it's fallen under the Ace of Cups. So he said that people have followed his mother. This means that people are keeping an eye on people he loves. So from where I'm looking at, it looks like Armand is telling the truth. Now, I'm going to keep on going because my job is to investigate what's being said, to look at the energy, and to see what I see in the spirit realm. I can't just go by what people say. I have to go and see what I see in the spirit realm. Nine of Swords. Put some on Nine of Swords. Yeah, he said that someone was following him and his mother. Page of Swords under the Ace of Cups. That's following his loved ones. Someone is surveying his loved ones. King of Swords. Cardi may be ready to get on pins and needles because not only does it feel like this man is telling the truth, a good lawyer will take this case, and furthermore, she already has legal officials of a higher sort that are watching her, independent of this situation with her and Armand. And all of this is going into some kind of file, like a dossier. Here it is, the pregnant woman at the bottom of the deck. So King of Swords also represents an air sign, which we know he is an air sign. He's a Gemini. And it seems like, baby, she has caused him some sleepless nights and anxiety, but it seems like she's on pins and needles over Armand. Armand got her shook. He got her on the ropes. Said, is this all because she didn't like what he had to say about her? It feels that way. It feels that way. Wow, you said Armand said on Spaces last year she had people after him. That's messed up because I'm looking at it right now and it feels very current. It doesn't feel like the past. It feels like something that could actively be going on right now. So this is all giving me gang stalker activity. Seven of Cups. Seven of Cups is like he's trying to, diversify his income. He's very concerned, even confused, even about certain opportunities. So, Page of Pentacles. Okay, so this goes back to when they were supposed to do business together. It was assumed, or maybe it was an inference, that they would make a lot of money together. But there was a lot of confusion around what the job was going to entail, how this was supposed to work. And then you got Four of Wands to the Ten of Swords, which is a huge major betrayal that you can't come back from, that affects someone's stability. And this is why he had to go in another direction. So it looks like she backdoored him in some kind of way, and it just forced him to have to separate from her. Five of Pentacles. So whatever the opportunity was, it's like they had a conflict in communication, possibly an argument of some kind about the opportunity. It did not pan out. Five of Pentacles. Ace of Pentacles. So yeah. But why is she going so hard though? This is excessive to me. Explain this Five of Pentacles. Hold on. Explain this. Explain this Five of Pentacles. Here's the Gemini. Y'all, the Gemini and the Ace of Swords. This gives me that ask me no questions, I tell you no lies. Like, I can't see where Armand is lying. When it feels like something she did grossly affected his income, like she was trying to possibly stop his bag or something, I don't see where he's lying. It's not just he knows the truth, he's telling the truth. From what I can see, he's telling the truth. So I don't see any lies told on Armand's side, and that makes this very creepy. That makes this very, very, very dangerous. And she needs to be dealt with. Hmm. Yep. And see, this is where she needs to leave this Gemini alone, okay? This is where she needs to leave this Gemini alone. Because he knows some secrets about her relationships, her possible entanglements. He knows some things. And he's been sparing her, y'all. He has. It's some things that he could have said a long time ago, and he just decided not to. The Magician and the Ace of Pentacles. He's just trying to work on manifesting deals and working, but it looks like she manipulates something that has to do with him getting deals or him being able to get work or people that could possibly be in a position for him to expand work, allegedly. Because everything I say over here is alleged, 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 alleged. Okay? All things said are for entertainment purposes only. Seven of Swords, Two of Cups. I think it would be best for her not to push him, because he got a hold of some information that she has no idea that he has. And this is not something you want out. The last thing you want to do is make a Gemini go scorch the earth and air you out. They are the sign of communication. They are built to talk. Okay? That's what they do. Never push a Gemini into a place and space to where they have to use their words. Look at Trump, look at Kendrick Lamar, look at Busby. Geminis are lethal when you force them into a space that they have to use their words. You said, Angel, remember when you said somebody is going to give Nikki something that will be Cardi's nail in the coffin. She will not recover from it and it will end her. I did say that. I also said that she will possibly have. Let's see how far back y'all go with me, because I believe I predicted this last year. I said that she will have an issue with a vlogger that is possibly an air sign or a Gemini, and they will literally be her karma. Now, this might possibly be the one. I don't know. But I'm saying don't push this further than it has to go. You're not built for his level of intellect and verbal dexterity, and you're not as petty as you think. You may be spiteful, you may be vindictive, but the mental gymnastics you are not built for, not this time. And if he gets you together, he will get you together on some now run tell that. You don't want to push nobody to the point to where they no longer care and they get you with that run tell that. So I'm gonna tap out of this energy because this is dark and I don't like it. And nobody should have to live like this, because you can't take accountability or constructive criticism. Like, how are you famous and you can't handle someone doing constructive criticism? You can't handle hypothesis. You can't handle think pieces. That is a part of your career. This feels so much like somebody else. This feels so much like somebody else trying to force somebody to give a narrative that will shine a wonderful bright, sparkly light on them other than just giving an honest opinion. And when you don't give the opinion that they're giving you to give, you get 40 lashes. I need these type of people to move to the back of the bus. You're not built for celebrity. You're not built for the entertainment world. The entertainment world was designed to speak about entertainers, to help keep your name in the algorithm so that there would be a reason for people to actually acknowledge you and know that you are working and that you have projects coming out. Let's change the deck, y'all, because I want to see what happens if vloggers decide to do a media blackout on Cardi B. Since you don't want nobody saying nothing about you unless they say what you want them to say, let's see what happens when nobody says anything at all. No, we talking about a total blackout, Mario. We talking about who? Okay. We don't say that name around here, especially in front of mirrors. Now we're going to go ahead and use an oracle deck. Just got this deck. What's the gossip? It feels so appropriate. What happens if there's a media blackout and all of urban and music commentary shuts Cardi out? What happens if there is a total blackout? Okay, soul contract, fated connection, karmic relationships, spiritual agreements, destined to meet. So notice that's a contract with a heart on it. So allegedly, child, because I can't prove this and I might not know what the hell I'm talking about, but it may be bloggers, not just Kim Barbie, that are contracted to say certain things that are favorable. But we're talking about even if they just wake up one day and say, nope, look at that, me versus me. So she would have to face herself and hold herself accountable, because it says self-competition, personal growth, becoming better than yesterday, my only competition. So this is what she wants us to believe, but pay attention to the fact that this person is looking angry in the mirror. That rebound, temporary comfort, avoiding loneliness, quick placement, just to forget. So that right there lets me know that not only would they bounce back, but they would hurry up and find someone else to talk about. Whoever the next girl is in line, they don't care if she's as good as you, selling it like you or not. They will rebound. And whoever they feel like your runner-up is, temporary comfort. They will run somebody else just to see how it works in the algorithm and just keep on rebounding and rebounding and rebounding. And look at how sad she is watching them run the stories on the rebound. Oh, Lord. Now she checked the internet and found out she been ghosted. You got ghosted, sudden disappointment without explanation, left hanging, seen but ignored, abrupt silence. So y'all, she won't even see this coming. Like they will literally band together and she'll look up one day and realize that she's watched the blogs and didn't see herself. Watched the blogs and didn't see herself. Wait a minute, ain't nobody talking about me? Oh no. Photoshop. Fake perfection, artificial beauty, unrealistic standards, filter beyond recognition. Lord have mercy. No, Lord. So who gonna be petty in the media and find some pictures of her without the Photoshop to see what she really looked like and then compare her pictures? Y'all, it's about to be a war of pettiness in the media. And this is going to come from people feeling some type of way, whether they say something or not. So don't be surprised if people find what they think are ugly pictures on purpose and they use those to represent her. Hustle mode. Grinding hard, ambitious drive, determined effort, sleep can wait. Closure. Damn. So they go from hustling, constantly working with you to, girl, who are you again? Closure. Letting go, ending chapters, emotional release, finally free. Oh, Lord, past life. Previous connections, unexplained familiarity, soul memory, I've known you before. Not I've known you before. That means they don't even, I don't currently know you. What did Mariah Carey say? I don't know her. Bounce back. Said resilience after setback, recovering quickly, determination to rise again, can't keep me down. So this would be her, talking to the blogs, like I'm gonna bounce back. It's nothing, it's just a hurdle. So, okay, so this sounds like a fighter at the end of their career, but okay, okay. Rocky Balboa did make a comeback. It kind of like, brand new, fresh beginnings, reinventing yourself, new ventures, watch me shine. Recharge, mental rest, emotional recovery, taking a break, come back stronger. Okay? So, y'all, it's like she's going to try to rebrand herself to get back in the algorithm to trend again, but the blogs are also rebranding themselves and they're going to take a break like, I'm exhausted. Okay, you have worn me out. How about, enough is enough. I see you when I see you, maybe later. Okay. Ascension. Okay, I'm back. Ascension, spiritual growth, higher awareness, next level consciousness, elevating myself. So y'all, don't be surprised. Oh, thank you, unique Melody. Thank you, beautiful. Heavenly Father, give this back to her tenfold. So look, y'all, don't be surprised. I just said she could be rebranding herself. So now she gonna come out the newer, kinder, softer, godlier version of Cardi. Okay, she might, come out and do yoga and misquote mantras. But it says sugar coated, sweet but deceptive words, empty compliments, hidden insults, too good to be true. So baby, if she come back out here and she on her Dalai Lama, they like, girl, no, you playing too much. You playing way too much. And if you know the history of the Dalai Lama, I'm going to just leave that right there because he definitely was not what he appeared to be. Who when that came full circle. Divine intervention with the soul contracts. Unexpected guidance. Universe steps in, redirects paths, saves just in time. Poker face. Hidden true feelings. Impossible to read. Emotionally detached. You'll never know. Lord have mercy. So it's like, with divine intervention with the soul contract, y'all, it's like I'm telling you, it's like she's trying to find herself through, a new spiritual path. It's like she's looking for a Hail Mary pass from behind the scenes in the industry, allegedly. But it's like she can't gauge where people are coming from and how they feel about her right now because everybody's giving her a poker face. They're just, you know, it's like how do I say this? It's like the world is standing still right now. And if you see her rebranding herself, it's because this current behavior is affecting her brand, and people behind the scenes are pulling back and they do not want to be involved with this type of drama. So it looks like she's going to work on cleaning up her act publicly. Um, I don't see it to be authentic, but it's something that has to happen because it's like it's things are just getting too far out of hand. It's getting way too far out of hand. Trust the signs. It says paying attention to guidance, universe is speaking clearly, follow intuition, messages received. Inner child, healing childhood wounds, reconnecting with joy, playfulness restored, return to innocence. So this right here is just letting me know that Cardi has a lot of healing to do and she has some maturing that she needs to do. And like the trust the signs is more like read the room, okay? She needs to read the room and she needs to evolve from whatever this childish energy is, you know, because the next row is ghosted. Blind date. Surprise meeting, unexpected chemistry, awkward introductions, could be love or disaster. So this could force her into working with other companies, entities that she didn't expect to work with because, once again, ghosted. The ones that she's accustomed to working with, they're no longer working with her. So she's going to have to rely on new relationships, um, new media outlets, sugar coated. Once again, sweet but deceptive words, empty compliments, hidden insults, too good to be true. Lord have mercy. Kim Barbie is going to have to clone itself at this point. Give me hustle mode. What's on hustle mode? Y'all, I said give me hustle mode. What's on hustle mode? And look at this. Retirement goals. Long-term stability, future planning, relaxation, earn, living the dream. Big break. Career turning point, major opportunity, life-changing moment. This is it. So she's looking for that big brand deal or something that's going to help her transition from one part of her career to the next, because her in music is coming to an impasse. And I saw this before for her in the past. Cardi needs to transition out of music, something by next year, between like by next year, she needs a product launch, and she needs a product launch that makes sense for her. Maybe like a hair brand, you know, cosmetics or something. She needs a product launch that can connect her to people that make sense. Like if she does a hair brand, I think that would actually really, really help her make her way more money than what she makes in music. Cardi has thick, long hair, so people would trust her hair brand for healthy hair, growth with hair. That would really, really do her justice. But she's going to have to figure something out by next year because, honey, she can hustle hard all she wants to with this music, but the music thing it's only got so much longer to go. So she definitely needs the next big break. She needs another opportunity outside of music. Alicia, a lot of people would buy her hair care products. You got to look at Cardi has long, thick, beautiful hair. People want, if you're selling hair care products and you have beautiful hair, people are going to buy off into the idea that if I use this product, it can do for my hair whatever it did for yours. So she definitely has to transfer over into another facet of entertainment. Music is drying up. She's got to transfer into something else. I think whatever she does outside of music will make her more money. It will be more stable for her. It'll be better for her as a working mom, because this music thing is running her into the ground. Right. You said we need your hair care, Angel. Oh, thank you, honey. I make my own hair oils and whatnot. So most of what you see here is stuff that I whip up in my own kitchen. So, like I said, here we go. Side hustles. She's going to need some side hustles, okay? But here's the problem. You see this? Read on. Said ignored messages, waiting anxiously, no replies. Maybe they're just busy. So she's having issues booking work right now. It's not coming like it used to. And this comes from all those antics and her crashing out on the internet. Brands are very iffy about her advertising certain things. And it's getting to the point to where she's not getting those callbacks or those emails back for certain types of sponsorships and brand deals because they don't want to be affiliated with the way that she's carrying herself. So I wonder, is this a Leo thing, Angel? I make my own oils too. Maybe so. Leos have been known for their hair. Well, a lot of them. Rebound, temporary comfort, avoiding loneliness, quick replacement just to forget. And she doesn't want, vlogs to talk about every time she rebounds and goes back into another relationship, because it's like this is where the blogs are going to get petty. Be like, oh, she got another one. And then it's like rebound as far as business opportunities. Yeah, it's weird. It's like if she doesn't transition into something else viable very soon, she's always going to be the secondary person they call. It's going to be from her name being hot to who else is available. Call everybody else first. If they don't work out, then we'll go with you. It's going to switch. But I do believe if she transitions into a whole different type of branding, a whole different type of work when it comes to entertainment, she'll do a lot better. So, ascension from the luxury life. Oh, Lord, y'all being so petty over here. Oh my God, ascension from the luxury life and fake flex. Baby, this feels like when Little Kim's told Star Jones, doesn't it feel good to pay less? So it looks like she could be scaling back, and she's going to have to learn to be a lot less superficial, okay? Because fake flex and luxury life, baby, that's like that's like being Instagram rich. You know how Instagram people take a picture in front of a car in a nice house and they might not necessarily live there, or it's not what you think it is? Ooh, Lord have mercy. Breadcrumbing and behind the mask. So you got giving minimal attention, keeping options open, vague promises, never fully committing. And this is how it's going to go with the blogs, okay? Behind the mask, hidden emotions, concealing true self, afraid to show reality. No one sees the real me. Yeah, the blogs are about to play in her face, y'all. They are. They're about to play in her face. It's going to become a very iffy, petty type of relationship because a lot of these vlogs, they're going to, really switch up. Like, do we really need to talk about you? I don't know. You want us to cover what? You about to put out what? I'll see about it. Oh, you sent me an email? Oh, I didn't even get it. I had to check my spam. And the thing is, she can't really be mad because didn't Cardi tell these people to not to talk about her? I think I remember that. Didn't she tell the vlogs, don't talk about me? So if you told them don't talk about you and they don't talk about you, all they did was follow your damn directions. They just didn't tell you when they were going to follow your direction. No filter. Okay, so, oh Lord, so she's going to have a split between the two. She's going to have those that don't talk about her at all, and then she's going to have those that are going to unleash the Kraken on her. Yeah, speaking your truth, authentic communication, raw honesty. This is how I truly feel. So she's going to have to take the good with the bad. Mirror, mirror, facing yourself and others, reflective relationships, self-awareness. What you, it says, what you see is you. So this is the energy of projecting. Real and fake, commitment issues, afraid to settle down, avoiding intimacy, fear of loss of freedom is complicated. So yeah, these blogs are not going to commit to working with her anymore. It's going to be a very flighty relationship. In some situations, almost parasitic. So she brought this on herself. It's going to become real dicey, choppy waters. We're going to get to that in a minute with the Gucci interview. So, what else I got on this list? We going to make this one real quick. Cardi tour update. Cardi's tour update. And then I only got one more on. No, I got two more on the list, and then I'm done. Cardi's tour update. She's worried about judgment if she has to cut this loose or cancel this, y'all. So she's trying to get balanced through a new beginning to keep moving things forward. Okay, so secretly it feel like they juggling, might be struggling. Everything I'm saying is alleged for entertainment purposes and is my tarot opinion in case somebody feel froggy and want to go down to the courthouse. I don't know how you could psychically sue me, but okay, boom, it's my psychic opinion. Okay, damn, the Magician and the Tower, Lord have mercy. So it looks like she manifested a disaster, a catastrophe. Those who are, in the upper office, the execs, they're looking at this and it's like, wow. Because you got to realize she has to go on tour for her to make the money back for the label. And it's like the label is looking at this like, this is not what we were looking for. It's not what we expected. You said, Angel, you do fake psychics. Remember, fake. Well, I am not a fake physic, okay? I'm not a fake physic. Contrary to popular misspellings and beliefs. Woo! Ten of Pentacles, the Justice. Okay, so Justice represents Libra. And it's like she needs a lot of money to get this off the ground, but she was expected to make a lot of money. Ugh. Temperance, needing balance through a new beginning after heartbreak. You see this person is creating music. I guess that's their little iPod, but on the iPod, you see the Three of Swords, a heartbreak. So, oh Lord. So they're waiting. They could be waiting for her to have this baby so that they can try to do a resurgence and push on this album because the music is not performing the way that they expected to help push this tour. So here it is, the higher ups, Ten of Wands, they see this as too much to carry, too much to bear. If she does still do the Super Bowl, I believe, I don't know if this is locked in. Y'all let me know. She's supposed to do a guest spot on the Super Bowl with Bad Bunny. She's going to need that to push this album. And I mean, that Super Bowl is going to help for ticket sales and to push the album. It's necessary. It's gonna have to happen. Cause what I'm looking at, I might as well start selling tour tickets to this damn tarot show. Cause mm. Hey John Clark, long time no see. I don't know if that's been confirmed yet, but I have been hearing that she's supposed to be a special guest with Bad Bunny at Super Bowl. Y'all correct me if I'm wrong. I'm doing pretty good, John Clark. How are you? So, Queen of Cups, she's definitely going to have to come off a lot better the way that, she's been coming off in the media. She's trying to follow her intuition, but here's the problem. It's like she's stuck in the past, Six of Cups. She's got to stop comparing her past success to her current success. She's really, really starting to get like that person that was hot in high school, and they keep telling you about how they were the star quarterback at Polk High School, and then that became the highlight of their life. Shout out to Married with Children, okay? It's starting to get that way. She has to get out of this mindset of what she's done versus what she's currently doing. Ten of Cups, Two of Cups. So she's facing judgment over this family situation, this love situation. Lord, that keeps popping up. Four of Cups. Whew, Four of Cups to her moving on successfully with this tour. Y'all, at this point, I can't even talk, Lord. At this point, this tour is on crutches. Okay? Yes, Alicia, Polk High. Come on now. Don't act like you don't remember the honorable, Bundy, Al Bundy, who had the next door neighbor, Marcy Darcy, who he said looked like, who he said looked like, what's his name? Oh my God. It's so crazy that this came full circle. Bruce Jenner. Y'all remember when Marcy Darcy got her haircut and he said she looked like Bruce Jenner? Whoa! And now Bruce Jenner looked like Marcy Darcy. Thank you for joining Premium Content, Jimmy Bags. Yes, the irony. Oh, you gotta be a Married with Children fan to remember that. He said that Marcy Darcy looked like Bruce Jenner when she got her haircut. And I think that was the episode where she came out, if I'm not mistaken. Thank you for joining Premium Content. Oh, God. Okay, enough with the commercial break. So, like I said, at this moment, the tour is currently on crutches, allegedly. And, she wants us to think like, oh, yes, it's going to be such a great time, because she realizes that, she needs people to talk about this. This is my blogger card. This is social media. But, who, Lord? Said when TV was actually funny. Yes, it was. So, okay, so it's still not, has she still not released who's going to be her opening acts? because the moon to the Three of Pentacles is like people still don't know who you're working with on this tour. Now, I haven't looked up the tour information, y'all. Has she said who her opening acts are? So it wasn't supposed to be Lotto. Oh, so she got one opening act? Okay, I see two no's. She didn't announce anyone yet. Okay, so I'm not confused then, because I'm looking at it on the table. Like, why is it a secret who the hell she working with? Don't tell me I could be on this tour at this point. Lord have mercy. You said go check Act Live when you were done. He is spilling the tea. Everybody's spilling the tea this week. Lord Jesus, I ain't gonna get no sleep. Like, I was up on Spaces, y'all. Mind you, Tasha K. Never thought I'd be doing this. Shout out to Tasha K, y'all. Because Tasha K came out and she went on Spaces and she confirmed everything I said last week on Allegedly Wednesday and everything I said on Friday on Twitch on Allegedly Friday. I thought I was going to go to sleep because I had to get up early. I knew I had clients in the morning. Y'all, I woke up looking like a damn raccoon. I was sitting up like, I did say that. Well, I'll be doggone. I got confirmed by none other than Tasha K. Look at that. Last time I got confirmed by somebody that people knew outside of my neighbors, it was Whack 100, and before that, it was Monique Slaughter. Monique Slaughter, she confirmed something I said a long time ago. So, Lord. So we don't know who she working with, Lord. Anybody could be opening at this show. Okay. All right. She might want to start singing Negro spirituals at this point. Because you got the Devil, you got the Six of Cups, which means her past could be coming back to bite her in the ass, which could be a tower to her manifesting sponsorship. So she might want to stop saying certain stuff, arguing with people, because the sponsors are like, kind of like, ooh, I don't know. I mean, if I was Lotto, which I can't speak for Lotto, but if I was Lotto and you said you was going to whoop my ass, okay? Not only would I not be opening for you, you would be removing my feature from your music. Okay? You would be removing my feature from your music. So to me, Lotto, you just confirmed everything that she said about you on that phone call. Because ain't no needing money bad enough to go out and open for somebody who called me a pussy and said they going to go in my mouth and they going to whoop my ass. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. But if she feel like that's what she got to do, I don't know, because that in itself, to me, it lowers your brand. It shows you lack integrity. And if you really want to get out here and boss up and get your name out there, you should have dog walked her in that damn booth. You should have went in that booth, freestyled, made a video out of it, and rolled the algorithm on her rollout. That's what you should have done. That's what you should have done. They asked you, was what you said at that show about her? Nope. What? What? Who was it for then? That wasn't that the part where her verse went? So you just out here just yelling obscenities for no good reason? You acting like a window licker for no good reason? So you that was just directed towards nobody, right? Sound like Cardi had you right. I don't think Cardi lied not one bit. And I feel like she only apologized to her because this tour is already on crutches. Because notice she didn't apologize to nobody else on that damn call. She ain't said sorry to Megan. I ain't expect her to say nothing to Ice Spice. But damn, what the hell did Riot do? He just be quiet and then it just in the background. Oh, thank you, B Frost. Like, y'all, listen. I kept saying I didn't even know what Riot sound like. I had never heard his voice before. He just quiet and light skinned. He just fade in the background. You don't even know he there until he drop a beat. And somebody sent me an interview with him and Ice Spice actually talking to each other. And I said, oh my God, he actually does speak. So how you mad at somebody who don't never say nothing? And why you cussing this man out? He producing a song that is a part of one of the biggest challenges around the whole world. I've seen Mormons, I've seen cowboys, I've seen plus size people, I've seen senior citizens, hell, aliens, all of them out here. All of them. And I don't hear nobody talking about your album, but yet we sitting here talking about you crashing out again on Spaces. You trying to be my work husband too. When you become my other husband? Two is plural. I'm just saying, Amanda, for real. Look, go down the Chris Brown challenge and tell me who ain't in that challenge. I bet you it's somebody in their casket. They forgot to die. They in the casket. Like, I'm sorry I was dead. Okay, I'm dead again. Like, Breezy got the whole world dancing, and Riot is behind that. How you mad at a man that could bring that much joy to people and he don't say nothing? And then look at this. Your tour look like a damn hunger strike, allegedly. You need to apologize to Riot and tell them to make you a damn beat. That's what you need to do. Talking about you gonna get that man jumped. You need to tell him to jump on that damn beat machine and help your ass out. Lord. So y'all, like Cardi's very fixed on, she got to get to the money. Her wish fulfillment is to, the Wheel of Fortune. She got to get it. She got to get it. She got to get it. I mean, I ain't mad at the ambitious thoughts, but thoughts got to manifest into action. Because this Page of Pentacles, it's like you trying to get into new business ventures, but this is like trying to make $1 out of 15 cents. In a minute, you're going to have Carl the maintenance man as the opener for this damn tour if this shit don't turn around. I'm like, Lord. Y'all have to come out there like Genuine when he was none of your friends' business, spin around with the damn broom and dance and clean and shit, because, girl, what is this? So I still see that she's trying to get balanced through a new beginning. She's trying to prove to people that she can do this. Now we have Offset here backstage. Offset, listen, the Offset album, the critics love his album. He booked and busy. Have you seen Offset with Jamie Lee Curtis? Did y'all see that sketch? Please tell me y'all seen the sketch with Offset and Jamie Lee Curtis. I don't know if I can show it because YouTube funny acting. Oh my God, y'all didn't see it? Please tell me, y'all. Oh my God, y'all didn't see the little snippet with Offset and Jamie Lee Curtis. Oh my God. Y'all, Offset and Jamie Lee Curtis redid the interview with James Brown in CNN when he was high as hell, talking about some living in America. Oh my God. Y'all ain't see that? The one where he was high as 4 satellites and 3 clouds? They redid it. I said, y'all crazy as hell. Like, how did you get Jamie Lee Curtis in these shenanigans? Oh my God. I promise you. He had the damn wig on, cocked to the front like a pistol. It was off and on at the same time. It was supposed to be James Brown hair. Look, hold on. I don't know if I can show this, but I'm going to at least show y'all, where y'all can look. Hold on. Okay. So here they go up in the corner. Y'all gotta go watch. Y'all gotta go watch. Oh my God. It's not as long as the actual interview with James Brown and CNN. But y'all, when I seen that, I was screaming. I said, how did he get Jamie Lee Curtis to do this silly shit? And I love it. And they made a joke of him and Cardi B. She was asking him about the relationship, and he was giving her these offbeat, scattered ass answers like James Brown in that interview was. She was like, yeah, but you didn't answer my question. And then he'll say something else scattered. Y'all, it was hilarious. You said I could see the sweat on the James Brown in the video. Oh, Lord. Y'all, that was funny. I said, you done got Jamie Lee Curtis in on this foolishness. Y'all, let me get this damn tour shenanigans off my damn table. Because I ain't going to say it ain't going to happen. But this tour, the way it looked, baby, it's got a bad knee and a bad back. You might drop it low, but you don't know if you're going to be able to pick it back up. This tour going to need some icy hot in a minute. They got to get it together. Oh, they got to get it together. Let's see who else I got on here. Okay, so we can do Rihanna and LVMH. Okay. What deck am I gonna use? Let's do Rihanna and LV. Let's see what's going on with that deal, because it looks like they want to sell their half of the company. You said that sketch is from 2023. Oh, I'm just not seeing it. It's still funny. Crazy is just not in the algorithm. Because the original James Brown interview had me crying, y'all. That interview literally, shout out to the lady who was interviewing him. I wish I knew her name. When I say that is professionalism, the professionalism at its finest, y'all, it's so many ways that lady could have cracked, and she was grace under fire. She even tried to give him a way out of the interview and end it early. He's like, wait a minute, where you going? Where we going? I just got here. Oh, I look good, I smell good, I make love good. Whoo! Oh, Lord. I know that lady got off that damn camera, was like, I need a martini. She was a professional. You had to give it to her. Because Lord knows. Lord knows. But baby, wasn't his hair laid though? Shout out to his hairstylist, because he was sweating and glowing and them curls were still going. You said Rio de Janeiro for Zirgy. Woo! Lord. I gotta rewatch that interview. Oh my God. When he got to the end and started talking about himself in the third person, and then he started advertising his gospel magazine, Lord have mercy. I said, wait a minute, what? Whew. Okay. Rihanna and LVMH. Let's go. Okay, Eight of Cups. So they're definitely walking away. Eight of Cups. They're walking away. Four of Pentacles. That has to do with like generational wealth and abundance. So is it LV that is, under, the radar financially? Because this could be them not bouncing back after the whole thing came out about the bags being made for anywhere from like $10 to $20 worth of product. But it looks like they're walking away. Why? Why are they walking away? Oh, yeah, totally a definite end. And this has to do with investments or investing what they... Seven of Swords. Y'all, Rihanna might not have seen this coming at all. Balance through a new beginning. it's going to be hard for her to get balanced through a new beginning to find a company large enough to buy that part of the stock or possibly buy, into her company. Isaac, if you can't believe it, baby, why are you here? Thank you for being a bot, a troll, whatever you are. Bfrost, hold on. Let me see something. Wait a minute. I'm being petty, y'all. Give me a second. Doggone it. Okay. Okay, I'm no longer being petty. I'm back. So maybe she can buy them out 100%. Well, here's the thing. This is a very, very large amount. And does she have the liquid capital to do this without this actually, costing her, okay, in a way that she can't bounce back from? Because this is large. You said, uh-oh, what did you do? Nothing. Nothing yet. Said the Queen of Wands. So, she has high visibility, but this is definitely going to affect her money. This could put a huge dent in her her net worth. What'd you say? She just texted your mom about you. I am so not that girl. I really am not. I'm the one that breaks up with you, and then the family calls me after we break up, be like, why are you still not here for Thanksgiving? We ain't together. Why would I be there? Well, you still our family. Oh, would you say I can meet your mama? You so cute. So, yeah, she's trying to get balanced through a new beginning. It seems like there's a conflict in communication. Either way, it's going to force her to have to go in a new direction. So she has hope that this is going to work out. But, y'all, this will definitely put a huge dent in her net worth. Now, don't get me wrong. She ain't going to be broke. But this is going to be huge. This is going to be huge for her. So, not our version of broke by far, but this is damaging. You said my ex's family still be commenting on my Facebook post. See what I mean? Break up with folks, they don't break up with you. You break up with them, the family be like, I know it was his fault. You still our family. Ah. There you go, Bfrost. Oh man. So you got the Emperor here, the Knight of Cups. There's someone else that's looking to work closely with Rihanna. There's some offers that are going to come in. But the thing is, will it be in a timely fashion? Will this be in a timely fashion? Okay, messages coming in swiftly. So it's like they're going to get down to business, get to the truth of this. Y'all, it's something about the way that this is being reported. And I've been saying this to y'all for a moment. Be very careful on what's being reported in the media right now, because there is a lot of false news, okay? As Trump says, fake news, fake news, fake news. There's a lot of fake news going on right now. And you're going to see people, checking the media, setting the record straight, people that you never expected to come forward and, correct the media. Just like how TMZ just, they caught it from MAGA left and right when, out of all people, y'all, Busby came forward. Hold on, y'all. Let me find Busby's page, because Busby cracks me up, y'all. Hold on. Let's see, was it here or was it on? Give me a second, y'all. I got a lot in my phone. Y'all love to keep me updated, so here we go. So Busby says Diddy ain't getting a pardon, but he's getting a lot of civil trials, lots of them, and they can't come soon enough. Hoo-wee. Hoo-wee. So Attorney Tony Busby said, listen, I don't care what TMZ said. He ain't getting no pardon, but all he got coming is a ton of civil trials, civil suits. B. Frost, let's see, there you go. So when I tell y'all, be very, very careful about, what you take in. And this is crazy, y'all, because we're talking about the Associated Press for the first time looking more shaky with the news than vloggers, YouTube, TikTok. Can you imagine that? TMC is starting to look like media takeout. Who would have thought that we would have ever seen a day that TMZ would be getting checked publicly for putting out fake stories, and their credibility would be challenged this many times? They used to be the standard, they used to be the go-to, they used to be the staple. So, yeah, be careful about what y'all seeing. And why are we getting this type of news right now about Rihanna at this time? Would you say touch on that no EBT for November? I already did last year. Who's been in here with me where I've been telling y'all for a whole year to stock up y'all house because this was coming? Anybody remember me telling y'all for a whole year to stock up y'all house? Okay, I see a me. Yep, okay. I warned y'all for a whole year, stock up your house. Yep, you said almost 2 years. I've been telling y'all. I even told y'all this year going into next year was financially going to be strapped. Stock up your house. Make provisions. Buy all that stuff that you didn't want to get that grandma used to stock up. Stockpile rice, stockpile flour, stockpile beans, stockpile yeast, stockpile sugar. Just in case something happens, you can go back old school and cook you some homemade meals. I told y'all about stocking up the deep freezer, going to the butcher's block. Yes, we did talk about making bread from scratch. Sure did. Y'all listen. I was such an auntie the other day. I found a company that is like, they pretty much have like a surplus of salt. They like have like commercial salt contracts, and they were selling buckets, like 50 to 60 pound buckets of ice melt salt for $15, and then another company that was selling 50-pound bags for $6. All I can tell you is I will be fine. I stockpiled everything. Point blank, period. This is not the time to just be blowing money on little silly stuff. I warned y'all when y'all got y'all taxes last year to stock your whole house up. You get your taxes this year, stock your whole house up. Don't go buy another TV you don't damn need. What you say will be good. Y'all know that. I'm just going. Will be good? Okay. So you got the Nine of Pentacles here. They're walking away from the independent businesswoman. And it felt like it was a really, really great business relationship. A lot of cheer, a lot of celebration. But y'all, it's like it feels like LV allegedly is bracing themselves for a financial blow. Okay? LV already has not been doing good this past year, and they're bracing themselves for a financial blow. So it's like even they know that the market is about to crash, and they're, liquidating whatever they can to prepare themselves for the next shift. Well, I think Trump did everybody a favor by pissing off all of the manufacturers in China, because they got to airing everybody out from Lululemon to LV. I mean, just everybody. Like, we only make this for $5. We only make this for $10. Now everybody's pissed off. People are mad. They're not investing in luxury brands like they were before. Like, people were still buying luxury brands in the middle of quarantine. They didn't lose this much money during quarantine. Right, you said now everybody just buying wholesale. Right. I want to say another one just got outed today too. Hold on. I won't say they got outed today, but I think it was reiterated. We'll put it that way. Here we go. Italian authorities uncover that Dior spends only $57 to produce their $2,800 purses, designer purses. $57 to create the $2,800 designer handbag. You said hence the tariffs. Well, the tariffs actually, the tariffs are doing people a favor right now, because think about it. If the money is going to slow down and there's things that you purchase that you probably don't need, you're going to think way, 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 way different about ordering something you don't need if it's going to cost you an arm and a leg just to have it delivered. Now, a lot of these companies are going to go and start opening hubs in the United States, if they haven't already, so that they can send things to you directly from their hubs, just like Amazon, which is going to end up causing people to have work, because somebody's got to work at those hubs to get those packages together, to deliver those packages. So in a way, it kind of balances out, because now those companies are going to just go get them some warehouse space, and they're going to look at it as, okay, well, to beat these tariff prices, we'll open a hub, and then we'll let them know that we have local shipping, local deliveries, and then you could order from the local hub, which is going to put money back into business here, which is what we need in the first place. Yeah, you said Rhea is a brand ambassador for Dior. I mean, Dior has had a lot of high-end brand ambassadors. Y'all got to think about, a brand ambassador looks good, which makes you think, I want to look like that too. So I want that brand because it looks like success. It looks like opulence, right? Most people buy into something because it makes them feel like they're going to be a part of something bigger than who and what they are. Real trendsetters are not worried about those brands because they know how to dress and they can make anything look good. The worst thing you can do is spend a lot of money to look good and still look cheap. And I've seen that, y'all. You know how terrible that is? To spend a lot of money and still look like a designer bum, still look dirty, still look dusty, still not know how to put something together, and you spent thousands to look like you fell out of a damn trash can. That's crazy. Everybody that got money don't have style. Style is something you can't buy. If you got style, honey, you could take a $10 dress and look like $1 million. So, yeah, it's definitely an end to a cycle with them with this collaboration. But it's like something is happening with this brand as a whole, the Ten of Cups. I feel like, y'all, the LV brand, they don't want us to know that they might be on fashion life support right about now. Yes, China happened. All of those, and I bet you those factory workers, baby, I bet you they want to kick themselves in the ass right now, because every last one of them called themselves being slick and showing those videos, trying to take a swipe at Trump because of the tariffs. And what did they do? They messed up the relationship with the brands that they work for. And now those brands have to halt production or move the production to their own establishments until business picks up. And now these factories over in China are going to have mass layoffs because if the product is not in high demand, okay, now you got to fall back on another brand that you're, contracted to make pieces for. And then what happens when that slows down? Okay, now we've lost that. And on and on and on. Now the luxury industry is literally teeter-tottering. But I give it to Trump. He knew that the economy was going to take a severe dip, so he forced people in a position to where the only thing that matters are the bare necessities. These handbags, these outfits, all that stuff is made with anywhere from $3 to $50 worth of material. Y'all spending all this money when you can just make sure that the clothes that you have are neat and clean, go to work, take care of your family, and not worry about keeping up with the Joneses, because the Joneses is lying any damn way. You don't know how the Joneses live for real. They just look good. Yeah, the Hermit and the Fool. So yeah, she's going to have to take a leap of faith on her own. This is definitely going to be a very hard-hitting blow to her brand and everything that she invests in. So I wish her well, and I hope that this, balances out for her. But it looks like she's going to have to scale back some things in her company, or really, really get to, putting her boots on the ground with finding investors that can buy up those shares, because this is a heavy, heavy blow to her financially for her company. So I like the energy that Rihanna brings to entrepreneurship and the beauty industry. And I like that she actually wears her own damn product instead of filtering her pictures to death and letting us just believe she got it on. So shout out to her. Wish her the best. Hopefully things can balance out with her and they can work this out. And last but not least, Lord have mercy, Breakfast Club, bring y'all musty asses on over here. Baby, this is above the Carters. It's something going on with LV, where LV is struggling. Y'all, you gotta know when to stop giving people credit. The Carters is over in Dubai right now, with they damn cup. Like, excuse me, excuse me, excuse me, sir, chic. Allegedly. They over there doing the rich version of panhandling. I guess they thought that they would get that Michael Jackson treatment over there in the Middle East, and that, they would be able to go over there with all this fanfare and, do them like they did at that damn casino meeting. Don't you want to meet Beyonce? I brought Beyonce. Excuse me. And it don't look like it's working, so. The last thing they need to do is bother Ree, okay? She might take a blow, but she ain't where they at. Baby, they woo! They should be nice to her right about now. Next time y'all see them, excuse me, excuse me, excuse me, chic, sir. Woo! Oh, Lord. Oh, let's tap into the energy around the Breakfast Club and Gucci Man and Keisha Kayor's interview. They ain't getting that protection like French. This what they allegedly. Excuse me. Woo, woo, Lord. And Tina out here talking about her son ain't bald. Girl, y'all got more shit to be worried about. If you take Tina phone, somebody, one of the grandbabies, hide your grandma phone, put it in the freezer. Tina help don't be helping, Lord. It just don't. Lord have mercy. Show me the energy around the Breakfast Club. The Hangman and the Ten of Wands. Ooh-wee. The Hangman and the Ten of Wands. So what's the Hangman to the Ten of Wands? Please elaborate, please, and thank you. So, okay. This must be what the Breakfast Club doesn't see coming. Allegedly, allegedly, allegedly. All things said are alleged here on Allegedly Wednesdays. Everything is for entertainment purposes only. So, Two of Swords, is that the chopping block? Because we've got humiliation and regret. Now, is that the energy they want to give to someone, or that's what's coming to them? Seven of Swords, the overlay for the underplay being shady, sneaky, underhanded, moving really, really fast. Hey, niece, what you say? Excuse me. Oh, Lord. Okay, being shady, underhanded. Over a choice that they made. The Emperor. Okay, so someone from over them, this is someone that is in a higher position. So it's like they've received a warning or so. Four of Swords, to lay something to rest. Yeah, lay something to rest. The World, that's the end of a cycle. Okay, so lay something to rest, the end of a cycle, something that they've been investing in. Seven of Pentacles. Y'all know the line. You reap what you sow, better get a seamstress. Okay, so you got the moon here, which is secret energy, okay? The energy behind what's going on. This is obsession, toxicity, darkness. So it's interesting because it's like they want to bring something to a rest, but they're doing it through a sneaky way, like trying to, like in some type of way, insinuate that someone's cycle needs to end. Okay, so this gives me that, you know, that Nikki funeral energy all over again, just done in a different way. Heard. I'm not asking the spirits that, y'all. Temperance. Okay, so it's like They're trying to get balance through a new beginning. Okay, so this has to also do with sponsorship. And this feels like why they're being warned, because it starts off with them trying to bring something to arrest through a backdoor way, a sneaky way, and now they're being warned to, cease fire, so to speak, on this energy, because it's not coming off in a way that they feel is conducive for them to get sponsorship. It's something that they're saying, or the way that it's coming off to the public, that is feeling really, really off. And somebody is really telling them behind the scenes that they need to either, tailor this in a different way, or they need to just end this conversation altogether. Okay, yeah. Okay. So we've got a lot of anxiety about how a situation would end. And okay, what they don't see coming. Cousin Rico could be popping up, and they've got bigger fish to fry. This is the prison card. Okay? This goes back to that possible alleged Rico that could be coming for radio, allegedly, allegedly, allegedly. So it's like their their focus needs to be somewhere else altogether. Altogether. Four of Pentacles, and they're very stubborn about this. Also, Seven of Swords over the Four of Pentacles is they could be getting paid in creative ways, allegedly. And it's like the creative ways of them getting paid, allegedly, could really be what's keeping the show afloat. This decision is going to have people walking away from them. The family, whether it is the company as a whole, or things as far as sponsorship that are supposed to be more family friendly. So they're going to have to handle this mental health approach in this conversation in a lot, in a much more professional, sensitive way. If they don't, it's going to really, really, really be a terrible thing for them with the advertisers and things that they have going on. Somebody on this show got legal problems coming. I'm going to tell you that right now. Instead of worrying about somebody's mental health, you better make sure your lawyer got a retainer. So you got the Queen of Wands here, falling under the Four of Swords. Anybody knows what the Keisha Kayor's birthday could possibly be, what her sign is? I'm waiting to see if y'all know Keisha. Okay, a Capricorn. Thank you. I appreciate that, because I want to know if she falls on the table. She's not out here yet, but the Queen of Wands is, which is a fire sign. So at this point, it's like they're pushing Nikki's hand. They could be receiving a cease and desist very soon. But look who's at the bottom of the deck. Why does he always pop up when we speak about her? Yeah, they're going to be told they have to bring this whole conversation to an end very swiftly. Conflict in communication. defamation of character, character assassination. So yeah, Nikki ain't playing. Her lawyers are about to flex this year and next year. And it's like, I mean, to see the devil to, the Ace of Wands, it's like, people are very, very obsessed with, how they move with this. They're very, very aggressive and obsessive with the way they do this. The Fool, not putting much thought into it, just jumping off the porch with this energy. Show me the energy around Gucci and Keisha Kaur. Anybody knows Gucci sign? I'm waiting to see if y'all know Gucci sign. Okay, he's an Aquarius. Okay, a air sign. Okay, Aquarius. Got it. Thank you. So we got messages coming out very swiftly, and it's very interesting because it's like they're trying to make this as if it's messages of love. It's in the guise of love. So there's a lot of heartbreak here over the past between Gucci and the Breakfast Club, and I'm kind of intrigued with this whole situation, and I'll tell you why. The Breakfast Club hasn't had Gucci on in years because he called out Angela Yee on the show. Okay? Gucci has been continuously working. He's been making a lot of money. He's been writing for people. He's been putting out projects. He had a book already that came out, if I'm not mistaken. Was that back in 2020? And they were not interested in him this whole time. Keisha Kaur has a cosmetic line. She sell that damn weight loss, shit your life away tea. But you choose to come on the Breakfast Club, and instead of talking about the products that you have, instead of talking about all the business that you have, you turn the whole interview into Gucci's mental health. And what I find peculiar about it is this, y'all. Why isn't Gucci the one that's actually the focal point of this subject? Why is it not in his own words and her being quiet and him being allowed to speak his own truth about his mental health, his diagnosis, when he found out about his diagnosis, what he does to manage his diagnosis, and then her being supportive of him and sitting there and allowing him to speak his truth? It felt so twice removed. Because damn it, if you don't have mental health, why are you doing all of the conversation about mental health from a third party standpoint? They're not talking about the stress of being a caretaker. They didn't ask you about the stress of being a caretaker. You made his whole mental health situation about yourself, and it felt very my mom always says, like that person is very self-important. Okay? It felt very self-absorbed. It felt very me first, him second, as if he was the backup dancer or a supporting actor in his own story. Why would you make the focal point of his mental health journey about somebody that doesn't know what it's like to go through his mental health journey? She has no idea what it feels like to be schizophrenic. So why are you speaking for someone who is allegedly schizophrenic when you don't know what it's like to be in the mind, the energy, or the spirit of that energy? The way that that conversation was handled was very reckless as far as I'm concerned. Because what happens somewhere down the line if that same interview triggers him and it causes him to have an episode when he looks back at how he was, you know, portrayed in this interview? You cannot stop a schizophrenic episode by taking apps off of somebody's phone. You cannot stop a bipolar episode by hiding someone from social media or taking, the remote control to the TV, and they don't see the outside world, and then that's going to fix the episode. That is not how that works. That person is mentally and spiritually in between multiple places at the same time. You cannot fix a schizophrenic episode by keeping someone off of social media. That is so dangerous to tell people, because what happens if you're dealing with someone who has mental health issues and y'all telling people Nikki's husband needs to do the same thing? Well, what if somebody is listening to this and now they feel like because they listen to y'all, they can armchair diagnose their significant other, and then it turns into something very violent and dangerous because that person cannot help themselves while they're having a mental health episode. Why would you give that kind of rhetoric to the public? She's not a mental health professional. She's not a doctor. If he's having an episode, he might need to be seen by a doctor so that that doctor can analyze it to make sure that he's not going to be dangerous. Because you taking his apps off his phone, it didn't cross your mind that if this person is having a paranoid delusion, you might need to hide the knives, you might need to hide the car keys. Like, there's way more important things that need to happen outside of taking apps off a phone. Right, remove the weapons. Like, those are more important things than taking an app off a phone. So you mean to tell me the new schizophrenia only gets triggered by social media? Is that how that works now? Is that what we're saying? Is that what we're saying? Oh, just don't look at TikTok and IG. You'll feel better. You're just upset today. Don't go on YouTube. If they could handle or control that disorder that easy, you wouldn't have to go before a professional and get medicated and actually find out what part or what type of schizophrenia you have, because there's different levels to schizophrenia, and some schizophrenics can be very violent if they're not properly medicated. You have a child in the house, and you mean to tell me you would risk just taking apps off the phone and that would be enough with a child in the house? If he honestly has schizophrenia, you would take that chance. So let's keep going. Yeah, people feel some type of way. They're juggling with the outcome of this interview and the way that it was manipulated, the magician. And they're going to have people that are going to walk away from them because of the stance that they took, because of the decisions that they made with this interview. Um, People are really, really up in the air with how they feel about this. You have some people that don't understand how schizophrenia works, so they're not going to see the danger in this, but you're going to have other people that are going to be very, very triggered. Yeah. So, Four of Swords to the Queen of Wands, Five of Wands. They're going to have to bring this to a rest, but it looks like y'all, they're fighting on behalf of this alleged person, this King of Wands, and it's going to have to come to an end. It's going to have to come to a rest. So, I did just tell y'all, I feel like legal problems are coming to the Breakfast Club. The mental health community should be up in arms. It was dangerous rhetoric. You can really get somebody hurt bad if not have them taken out of here, thinking that you can, corral and manage things like this without, proper care from a doctor. He said left them kids in Jamaica to put root work on Gucci, the American dream, allegedly. We have to say allegedly. So we've got the World here, the Eight of Wands, and the Ten of Cups, the family card. Um, Five of Swords. There's going to be a lot of pushback. They may not, allude to this on the air, but y'all, they got a lot of pushback for this. And that flip it, I don't care, I'm going to still say what I want to say attitude, that does not work in these types of matters. This is not the same as, just doing regular celebrity news and gossip. No, this is not going to work this time. Yeah. There's going to be some information that's going to come out that's going to prove or provide some type of proof about, associations in secret that possibly, pay very well, especially when it comes to an air sign. Um, there's also a lot of secrets behind Gucci and uh, Keisha's relationship. This is definitely one of those everything that glitters is not gold type situations. And this is why people have to stop thinking that opulence is the same as happy or the same as blessed, because you can be opulent and turbulent at the same time. Just because it look good don't mean that it's not toxic. It doesn't mean that it's not, unsafe, unhealthy. I don't care how good it looks. We got to look past the superficial part of it. Because the devil to the Ace of Wands, to the moon, to the Ace of Cups. Yeah, there's a lot going on in this relationship that people don't know. So it looked like, here we go, Queen of Cups, Ten of Wands. So it's like she wanted people to see her as the person with a heart of gold that just goes through so much, because here it is, this man is so heavily burdened, so heavily ladled, okay? And, she's just this kind person. Pretty much he can't function without her. But let's remember, no matter what's going on with Gucci, Gucci was affluent before he met her. So let's not, let's not do that. Now, they did make, a substantial amount of money together, but he was affluent before he met her. It wasn't like he was just some broke, ashy dude that did not have himself together financially before they met. He was making money. Six of Swords and the Lovers. Okay, so people are going to look at this in the long run and they're going to see it as toxic. And there's going to be some questions, some concerns. People are going to be watching this relationship in a way that Keisha didn't expect. And see, this is what happens when you bring people into your business. You cannot tell people not to tell you about your business when you open up your personal life before the world. You tell people things, now they have the right to come forward, to scrutinize, to, speak on your relationship. And now people are going to be doing deep dives into the relationship. You're going to have documentaries pop up, all types of things where people track the relationship, and they're going to be digging and finding things about this relationship that are, off. So you got the Six of Cups, with the swans, the Two of Cups, and it's like, okay, you go back, your soulmates. Something's really, really sneaky about the financial situation here, because the Seven of Swords to the Four of Coins to the Six of Cups. I feel like it's like he's stuck in this situation somehow, some way. And it has to do with the energy from the past. So she runs this whole household and everything like, like a warden, like, an iron fist. The Lovers, like she runs a very tight ship. So I know she wanted to come off benevolent and she wanted to seem like he's so afflicted and he can't make it without me and I do so much for him. But she's going to regret that she did this interview. She's going to regret it because there's going to be deep dives. People are going to go back. They're going to look into her. They're going to look into her past. They're going to look into where she comes from. They're going to start to really, really dig and find out more about her. And all I can say is wow. So you got the Lovers here falling under the Five of Wands, the Queen of Wands. Yeah, it's like they try somebody, and this is so, this is why I look at the Breakfast Club as so toxic and tacky because it's like they were running out of ideas or ways to approach the whole Nikki thing. And this situation had absolutely nothing to do with Nikki. It shouldn't have even been a correlation because there is no medical report that has been released that they have provided that can show that Nikki has a mental health issue. There's no proof of it. So for them to try to take this situation and use it as a speaking point on Nikki, it's like they were using this to be combative towards Nikki. This whole interview was designed to be combative towards Nikki. Judgment and the Queen of Swords and the Wounded Warrior. Yes, ma'am. Miss Keisha Kayor is going to face a lot of judgment over her husband, his diagnosis. People are about to pick all of this apart. This is a part she didn't see coming. And somebody's going to come forward and speak that is possibly someone that nobody expects that could shed some light on this. So here we go. I mean, Palace of Wands. Interesting. So Palace of Wands is all about, you know, notoriety, being seen, being highly visible. So it's like that's their empire. That's kind of messed up that, you know, you're trying to make the empire more visible by reducing him to his mental health status or his alleged mental health status. Um, there's a lot of people in entertainment that suffer from mental illness and they still have careers. They still make money. They still do very well. And that's not the centerpiece of their career. They may mention it, but the thing is, they mention it themselves. Like, I thought it was interesting that Jean-Claude Van Damme came forward and he talked about how, you know, he suffers with bipolar and he had been married like 5 different times. So he, you know, came at times been considered to be difficult, but this is why. But look at how long this man's career was and everything that he accomplished in his career, regardless of his mental health. We didn't know, especially during the highlight of his career, that this was a thing. And when it came forward, it wasn't his wives that capitalized on sharing this. he shared this himself. He said McBray, his girlfriend before the fame, he didn't pay. She was signed under him. So I just feel like the way that the whole conversation was handled was poorly executed. If his mental health was going to be a focal point of the conversation, he should have been the one talking. We should have heard more from him. Yeah, Page of Coins, Knight of Coins. And see, Breakfast Club, this is going to slow down sponsorship and money for you, and it's going to affect your business. Because here's the thing, a lot of people, they don't come forward and say anything, but they internalize it and they feel some type of way. You don't know how many of the supporters of your show struggle with mental illness and trying to be the best version of themselves that they can be, or how many of your supporters have a spouse or a parent or a sibling that has mental illness, and they actually are going through this and they know what this entails, and they feel some type of way about the way you all trivialized mental health. I mean, it's almost like they made it's like they're using mental health to attack Nikki, but you're making mental health the scarlet letter. People who have mental health issues cannot help having mental health issues, but that does not mean that they can't find a way to function in the best possible way that they can to make the best out of life for whatever they have going on. There's a lot of people who have a learning disability or a behavioral issue, and they are still viable people. So it's like, let's not try to play armchair psychologist or psychiatrist when you can't even be honest about the things that y'all don't like to discuss on your own show. Because if we're going to talk about mental health awareness, being responsible and being aware, then Charlemagne, when are you going to worry about the health of Jessica Reed and apologize to that young lady on your show after all these years where you've talked about what happened to her and you trivialized her experience? And now you have daughters that are around the age that she was when somebody physically harmed her, and that affected her mental health for the rest of her life. So if we're going to talk about mental health and how mental health is so important, when are you going to address that? Have you thought to pay for her therapy? Because you took her to that event, you took her to that house where that happened to her, and allegedly you left her, a 15-year-old girl, to experience horrible things. You left her. So did it cross your mind to make sure that somebody helps her? Or are you going to contact her family and say, well, Keisha Kayor said if you just take the apps off your phone, you'll feel better? Are you going to be that insensitive and say that? I bet you won't. And just hilarious, nothing is cute or hilarious about you giving mental health advice to Kenny about what he should be doing with his wife. Because God forbid you crack a joke the wrong way that somebody doesn't like. Is your husband supposed to get you in check and get you off the internet and sit you down because of an assumption that somebody made without knowing if it's true or not? Just because you're sitting at the table with the cool kids don't mean you should get in the ring and try to box. You might find out your arms are too short. Since I'm speaking on Just Hilarious, show me the energy around Just Hilarious and her doubling down. Show me the energy around Just Hilarious and her doubling down. Yeah, eventually she's going to have to go in a new direction because people are going to drag her to and through. She's not going to quite live this down the way she thinks that she is. This isn't about just, fans and hate trains. You're really delving off into a very sensitive subject that you don't have the right and the space to speak on. This is not the Barbs that you should be worried about right now. Because if the Breakfast Club comes to an end, baby, you still got to be able to work. Yeah. So she's going to still be defensive. Okay. She's still trying to defend herself to bring the balance. But see, instead of being argumentative, sweetheart, you need to apologize because it's still harsh communication. People are pissed. It's time for you to apologize because you might wake up and find yourself just like this. Excuse me. Ostracized, broke. And I don't know about you, but being broke caused mental distress to me. Now think about how stressed out you could possibly be being broke and you can't afford to go to a therapist. Yeah, so my advice to you is to extend the olive branch, even if you have to do it independently, and apologize. Get your ass off your shoulders. Get out of your pride. Stop sitting there with them two men, because these are men who done set up here and literally one gave the other one a bust of his ass. Okay? You don't want to sit here with a man that's supposed to be straight who giving another man a bust of his ass. He done sold his soul in a way that he can't even get it back. Think about what you aligning yourself with. Outside of your brand, you still have to have a certain level of integrity. It would do you justice to apologize and to lay this to rest. Yeah. Queen of Swords, justice. And see, she's stubborn. She gonna try to down this hill, but baby, your career could end up on life support. This is so much bigger than just the Barbs. This is so much bigger than the fan bases. You are a wife and a mother. Think about how brands are going to look at you as a wife and a mother when you lack sympathy, compassion, and you're literally beating down people at their worst. So if there was, let's say there was a health condition with Nicki Minaj, how in the world does that make you look? To sit here and to keep speaking on this woman's supposed diagnosis that you have no proof of, wouldn't that cause, let's see, pain and suffering? What if that turns out to be mental anguish that's brought on from defamation of character? Can you stand the rain if somebody sends you some paperwork? So, like I said, you can go from financially stable to back down there on the chitlin circuit, riding around and getting it. Humble yourself, apologize, and leave this conversation alone. And I'm going to end the show on that note. Thank you, everybody, for joining me tonight for Allegedly Wednesdays, where all things said are alleged, allegedly, baby. And we're going to call it a night. Membership, I will see you all tomorrow night at 7 p.m. Everybody else, I will see you on Twitch at 7 p.m. on Friday for Allegedly Fridays. And all of my tarot clients, I will be seeing y'all all week. And if you would like to book a reading with me, please email me at angelkissestheoracle@gmail.com. I'll get back to you as soon as possible. I really have a heavy workload right now. So appointments now are possibly going to be, spaced out anywhere from a week to 2 weeks from now because I was busy, y'all. But I thank every last one of you. Have a wonderful evening. Be blessed. And be careful what y'all listen to out here in the media, because there's a lot of distractions going on to keep y'all from paying attention to the bigger picture. So, until next time, y'all. I love you. Be blessed. And good night.